Radhe Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna. As we await our first guests to arrive, allow me to set the intention for this space as being a welcoming environment, open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, how you're feeling at this moment, nationality, religion, belief system, or otherwise. I hope that we can come together as fellow students of life to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiment. Namo Namaha. Hello, Imp Kitty. You're at the first one here, I think. And thank you for blessing us with a heart me so early. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, Chloe Evans. Welcome. Hello, Carolina. And I think there are some sirens passing in the distance. I hope they are not too loud for you. Hello, North Star General. Chloe, you share that you work tomorrow. Well, I hope that you get some wonderful rest tonight before then. Thank you for sharing. Much love, North Star. I trust that you all are doing as well as you can, given whatever experiences might be ongoing in your life at this moment. Well, you are doing the best you can given all of the experiences that you've had so far too. Hello, Aquarius lady. Hello, Natalia. Hello, Mary. Natalia, you share that you cannot sleep. Not yet, but you will. Our bodies always give us rest. Sometimes we have to fight for it. Other times we have to befriend our bodies and learn to understand what it needs before it allows itself to surrender. Chloe, you share you're pretty stressed. Oh, don't worry. No matter what happens, you'll do great. Positive, negative outcome alike, you'll shine bright, doing the best that you can. Hello, Crossfires. Good to see you today. And thank you, Nokmak Media, for your heart me. I love you too. Radhe Radhe. HRH, you share that your body fights sleep. Well, naturally, it's a very vulnerable time. We have to tell it in some way or another that it's a safe thing to do, and you will be better equipped to take care of yourself with nice rest, and therefore it's a worthy investment. Sometimes the mind just keeps thinking, and it won't allow you to sleep. Well, instead of trying to go from the waking state to the sleeping state, try the intermediary state, dream. Go from waking to dream. This means that instead of trying to shut off your mind, you just guide it to dreamlike thoughts. Imagine a fantasy world in which you find yourself in. Get lost in your own wonderful imagination, and you will fall into dream. And then from dream, once your mind gets tuckered out of that, you'll fall into sleep as well. Jai Sitaram. Hello, the King of Sun. Hello, Ragnahildur. As you shared that you love cats, dogs, and horses, you see them every day in your walks. I love that. And Natalia, you share that it's 1:37 there. Well, that's not too late. I went to bed at something like 5 in the morning last night. I'm happy to be here with you, Mary. Much love to you too. HRH, you shared that you should be worn out. You've been gardening all afternoon. Well, that's good. I'm sure that helps. And when you get there, you will get there. Hello, the Ashen Chevalier. I am feeling well. I'm glad you like the bandana. Nokmak. Crossfires, you share that your dreams are usually prophetic. But you also have normal dreams. I'm happy to hear the variety in them. My dreams can range too from very profound, deep thoughts to, riding on unicorns through jelly bean forest or whatever. Like an episode of Dora. And thank you, Rob, for your rose. Radhe or Radhe. All right. Now, we have a good gathering here so far. I'd like to ask the question of the day, as I like to start my lives with this inquiry. Today I'm wondering from you, how shall we empower others? Sorry. How shall we empower others? In what way? And what should we be empowering in others? Zoe Diggins, you share with a smile. I like that. Sometimes that's all you need, even if it's from a stranger. Just that validation, that acceptance, that acknowledgement. You are a fellow human being, and I'm happy to be here with you. I love that, Zoe. It's important to empower the abilities in others, so that we give their soul purpose. Nokmak, you share planting seeds and watching them grow as they should, and through their own natural chosen way. I love that. That's very holistic. And hello, Van Penguin. Thank you for your cloud bread and pumpkin spice latte. Hari Om Tat Sat. Frank, you share encouragement, love, and support. Well, I love that. Yes, very true. And thank you, Van Penguin, for your ginger man and a trio of cloud breads also. Crossfires, you share the way you respond towards one can empower one just by acknowledging them. That's wonderful. There is a kind of magic in connotation, that we don't just say something for the sake of continuing our interaction, but so that we can really connect and have them feel seen. That's beautiful. Van Penguin, you share that you think I'll need a bubble tea to eat all that stuff. Well, thank you for your bubble tea. Om Namah Shivaya. Hello, Ash. You are wondering, why did I delete all my videos? You enjoyed them so much. Well, I'm so happy to hear that you enjoyed them. It's a new tide for me. Changing of the tides. See, I love math and physics, but all they did was keep me up at night. You know what I mean? That I could think about the universe and all of its very interesting aspects. But that's great. However, how am I going to be a happy person? Because ultimately that's what I'm looking for. Happiness, I think, requires a more gentle approach. One that's not about provoking the mind into big ideas, but gently guiding it towards a kind of openness. It's less intellectually stimulating, but much more effective, in my opinion. I am Jan today. You share, listen to them. Let them talk. I like that. Yeah. We can empower them just by giving them a kind of space in order for them to express themselves. Isn't it so? And thank you, B525, for your rose. Radhe Radhe. And Tattvam Asi, thank you for your quintet of roses. Jai Ma. Natalia, you share that your brain feels like mashed potatoes from not sleeping. That sounds delicious. Not to imply that I want to eat your brain. But I would very much enjoy a good bowl of mashed potatoes right now. I am sorry to hear that though, and I know that you will get some sleep soon. Thank you for understanding, Ash. And now, Brenza, you share that my eyes are the best eyes you've ever seen. Well, thank you. They are but a mirror in which you can see your own beauty, perhaps. Van Penguin, you ask, how can you be so relaxed knowing that stuff? It's relaxing to have such a mysterious universe that I don't have to understand in order to be allowed to be here. That's the best part, is that you are allowed to be in this universe without understanding why. It's not necessary for you to figure it all out in order to be here. That's relaxing to me. Sure, the universe is full of crazy stuff, but you don't have to drive yourself crazy over all that. Now to the question of the day. Ragnhildur, you share by acknowledging everything positive and beautiful in people. Beautiful in people. I'm so happy to hear that. I agree. And thank you, Morgan, for your hat and mustache. Yeah. Nokmak, you ask, what was the moment that inspired my new tide? Well, to be completely honest with you, it was a lot of panic. I was starting to get really scared of the universe, overwhelmed by it. All these theories going on in my mind about what it means to exist and have a universe, it started getting overwhelming. And after I went to the hospital, because my anxiety wasn't going away, then I had discerned that it was time for a change. Thank you, Morgan, for your cheer you up also. Hari Om Tat Sat. Debbie Lynn, you share by sharing our wisdom and experiences, we empower others. I love that. And Ash, you are wondering, am I Hindu? It is a beautiful religion, I agree. I am Hindu just as much as I am a Christian, as I am a Jewish or Muslim. See, I consider myself a believer in the overlap of all traditions. Whatever is at the center of the Venn diagram, that draws my heart, and I may spiral around that center exploring different expressions and different cultures, but to me it's all the same, just expressed in different ways. And thank you, Van Penguin, for your whipped coffee. Another one. You're definitely going to have to pick me out of the bushes if you give me too much caffeine. And Zoe Diggins, you're wondering, do I believe in God or gods? I believe that whatever is responsible for this universe, given the grandeur of the universe, that has my reverence. I revere whatever propelled this existence into being. I believe that whatever it is so vast, so infinite, that it could never be described in just one way. Thus, various cultures have described it in various ways. And each of those ways you can consider a form of that same divinity. So God, gods plural, singular or plural, of course in essence it's one, but in expression it's many. Hello, Dr. Jenny. Now back to the question of the day. On to you, share. By encouraging people to heal themselves, which will help them empower themselves. I like that precursor. That's beautiful. And hello, the vibrant Sarah. So happy to have you here. Thank you, Nokmak. I believe that in order to give peace to the world, we have to find that within ourselves. And Sarah, you share to the question of the day. Empower others by being authentically ourselves, and in doing so, showing them how to do the same. I love that. And Dr. Jenny, you share. Empower people by letting them help you, and help them in return. That's beautiful. I love that. And hello, Talita. Much respect to you, always. Maybe a whipped coffee will be helpful for my anxiety. I have found that I feel very, very calm on the days that I don't take any caffeine. So I've been doing that for a few years now. And Sarah, you share that just as I said, hello the vibrant Sarah, you were typing vibrantly at the end of your last message. But it didn't fit. We are connected. We got that telepathy going on. I love that. Hello, Om. And Van Penguin, you share. Being honest with them would be a beginning. I love that. And Aquarius Lady, you share. Lifting others up instead of pushing them down. That's wonderful. And onto you add that we can give others the tools and dedication towards their healing journey. So beautiful and so wonderful. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to pause our inquiry into how we can empower others, but we've covered a great deal of different avenues through giving them space to express themselves, to lending them some help, to allowing them to help us, and supporting them in their healing journey. I love all these different aspects, and they're all so wonderful. So thank you. And I'll add, Nokmak, you shared that you think telling others you're proud of them is also very powerful. I like that too. I agree. And 420 Cupcake, you're wondering, where are my videos? Well, they're private right now. And if you want to know why, if you go to the link in my bio, there is a frequently asked questions page. And I would very much appreciate if what I've written there will help you understand why. So I like to start my lives with the question of the day, which I'm very grateful for having participated in together. Now I'm going to read from a short passage of our book, in case you want to stick around and listen to how to become in love, at ease with the whole universe, including ourselves. And then we can really open the floor to talk about everything and anything, spiritual, metaphysical, practical, you name it. And no muffins. I don't have a 9-to-5 job, but I have a whatever to whatever job every day whenever I go live with you all. But I don't consider it my job because I look forward to it. What is work for me is not what I do here, but it's in waiting to see you all again. And hello, Yana. There's a garbage truck around, so you might hear that. But I'm very happy that that is a luxury that I have here, and I'm very privileged to be able to have such a recycling and garbage process managed by my my city. Let's see where we left off here. So, today we are reading from the 4th chapter, Embracing All. And we're going to learn about this particular figure, Pramukh Swami, and how he was really good at embracing all, especially the underrepresented and minority population. Swamishri's deep connection with his Bhaktas, his female devotees, was founded on a bedrock of spirituality. There was trust, faith, and bhakti, Sanskrit word meaning loving devotion, which led to a feeling of security, fairness, and unity. This eclipsed any feelings of distance from their guru. These bhaktas, these loving devotees, held Swamishri in their mind and hearts, and they knew that they were spiritually in his. Imagine never having spoken to or met someone face to face, but to still regard them as your deepest friend. This was the reality for so many of Swamishri's Bhaktas, his female devotees, and for others outside of the community, including one Jeanette Groenen of Voorburg, Netherlands. In a letter to Swamishri, she once wrote, "Because you are such an important part of my mind, I have a feeling that you know all of this already, everything about me. During the day, and especially during my little morning puja." Puja is a Sanskrit word meaning a reverence we show towards the universe and the divine. "I do not know how, but in a way, I am talking with you. It feels like the deepest friendship of my life. All good things I know, all the flowers I see, I send to you. For Bhagwan Swaminarayan, via my mind and heart." Bhagwan Swaminarayan was Swamishri's personal favorite form of the divine. "Distance is no problem for feelings. I thank you for being in my mind," she wrote. And hello, Grandfalala, Fana, and Ro. Almost 9 years after being introduced to Pramukh Swami Maharaj and the satsang community through her friend Hankop, Jeanette made the trip to Ahmedabad for Bhagwan Swaminarayan's bicentennial celebrations. The atmosphere of the celebration was a far cry from her spiritually intimate friendship with Swamishri via the English letter she had sent through devotees. She had been thinking about Swamishri gracing her home since 1972, but in that moment, she wondered if it would ever happen. She manifested that thought as a spiritual wish on Bhagwan Swaminarayan's bicentennial celebrations in 1981. 3 years later, when Swamishri was on a spiritual tour of Europe, the Bhaktas, the devotees in London, wrote to Swamishri and asked him to come back to celebrate Bhagwan Swaminarayan's manifestation celebrations in London. Swamishri declined. He wanted to visit Hankop and his friend Jeanette in the Netherlands. Exactly 3 years to the day that Jeanette had wished for Swamishri to visit her home, Swamishri sat in her son's, Patrick's, red car and drove from a nearby town to Voorburg, just outside of the Hague. Patrick apologized to Swamishri. "Sorry, Swamishri. We have a small, low-profile car. I hope it is comfortable." Swamishri was happy to visit their home and ride with them. "Not at all. Your car is as high and large as your heart, and that is why I have come all the way from India." Swamishri graced Jeanette's home and had a lovely conversation with her family about ahimsa, which means least harm, bhakti, loving devotion, and Bhagwan Swaminarayan's message of ethics. As he was leaving, Patrick said, "Swamishri, my mom has spun a beautiful orange blanket for you. It is warm and light. Will you please accept it?" Swamishri asked him and Han to wrap it around him. "I have been feeling cold since yesterday. I was hoping for a warm orange blanket to wrap around me. And here, you have read my mind." Jeanette, Patrick, and Han were overjoyed to have gifted Swamishri what he needed. Swamishri was overjoyed to gift them with what they had wanted, a visit from their guru and friend. Over the years, Jeanette's bond with Swamishri only intensified through her profound understanding of bhakti, loving devotion, dharma, which means righteous duty, and atmanishta, which means self-abiding. Now, is the music too loud? I'm going to turn it down for you guys, just in case. That oneness and unity that she felt with Swamishri was a product of her spiritual connection with her guru. Her bhakti, her loving devotion, was at the heart of the connection. It was a connection that was experienced and relished by millions of bhaktas, female devotees around the world. Swamishri built bridges to people's hearts, transcending physical distance. He was bound by these vows of detachment, but liberated by his fairness, equality, and eye for unity. His vows were not imposed on others, but rather instrumental in understanding and empathizing with millions, albeit from a distance. The divine within him spoke to the divine within all those he encountered. As detached as he was a sadhu, a monk, he was an equally loving friend, mentor, and spiritual master. It was this spirit that was at the center of BAPS's pioneering activities for women and children in rural and tribal villages and major cities around the world. He instructed the leadership to create separate but equal activities and management structures which empowered women to run their own spiritual and humanitarian wings within the organization. He believed in them and trusted their commitment to serve society. I remember asking the organization's international convener of activities, Ishwar Charandas Swami, why he frequently visited the construction site for an all-girls school outside of Ahmedabad. "Is it necessary for you to visit so frequently, Swami? It will get done." He replied, "It is necessary, because it is Swamishri's wish that schools like these give back to our community. He has repeatedly told me to dedicate an equal number of resources for boys and girls' education and their respective spiritual camps and recreational activities. Now, every semester that this school is delayed." I understood. Swamishri was a father, friend, and guru who understood, respected, and gave a voice to his female devotees, bhaktas, and women everywhere in an otherwise patriarchal society. His celibacy only strengthened his ability to connect with them at a spiritual level. As Jeanette Gronin had articulated, it was the deepest of connections, which inspired an entire community to love, respect, and cherish the role of women in their spiritual and social lives. And I'm going to pause our reading of In Love, at Ease there for now. This section of Embracing All was dedicated to his love for the feminine The next section we will read is all about his love for people beyond religion and race. I hope to see you there next time, which for all of you joining here in the live today will be just later on in the live when we end it. But I'm very grateful to have read, and now we can really open the floor to whatever conversations you wish to have. But have a blessed sleep, Sarah. Yes, waking up at 5:30 to get to the farm does require some good rest on your part. I love you too. Have a good sleep. And thank you, Sue, for that rose you sent while we were reading. Radhe, Radhe. And Rachel, thank you for your pair of fires. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Dob Darker, thank you for your heart me. Hello, Michelle. Thank you, Dr. Jenny. I hope that the audio is better now. Crossfires, you share. So he was saying that the girls at that school had a big role in life, like a spiritual role. And you think that might be true, but a lot of women have forgotten that. It is not any woman's fault. In our patriarchal society, we often repress the needs, especially the spiritual needs of the feminine. And so we can help them remember that by creating an inclusive environment for them. Religion has been one of the biggest expressions of spirituality in the world, and a lot of people only know of spirituality through religion. But unfortunately, religion has also been associated with the repression of the female gender, which is unnecessary, because it is so important to value the feminine just as we value the masculine. For the feminine is what we refer to as Mother Earth and Mother Nature. We would not be here without her. It is in her womb that this body of ours was gifted, and we shall return it to the soil of this earth one day. Thank you, Dab Darker, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Harisi, thank you for your 10-finger hearts. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Andy, you share that you love how the book mentioned that celibacy deepens connection. Now that you have found somebody that you love, celibacy would deepen what you have. I'm very happy that you were able to observe that. Just as we were talking about the repression of gender, so too celibacy has been associated with a repression of sexuality. But in its original form, it was not about suppressing anything, but about connecting with people beyond our sexuality. That we see others not as an object to extract pleasure from, but as a subject of life, which we can learn from, relate with, and see a reflection of ourself in. In this way, taming the sexual energy to be inclusive rather than exclusive, to be something that is seen in a positive light, where we do not wish to extract any joy from other people's lives at the sacrifice of their happiness. Making sure that we value everyone in our society as a source of joy, but not in the sense that we have to take it from them, but in the sense that we can express it through them. Understanding that that all of life is divine. We can connect very deeply with each other in this way. Now, Hexakin, you are wondering if I have read the book of Enoch, for example. I have not. The clay tablets where all religion is derived from. I have not heard of that. No, to me, all of religion is derived from our hearts. That which is imprinted by love on the level of one's soul. There is a tablet of loving devotion that is eternal, stretches back as long as time has existed, and even that. The source of religion has always been a way to express love for creation, to have a reverence for whatever has come before, and a prayer for what is to come after. And Andy, you share that you've learned to be vulnerable in your feminine way, and it's scary but beautiful to love. I am so delighted to hear that. I'm very grateful that you discover the joy of vulnerability. Vulnerability does not mean that you are in danger. It means that you are open to life, trusting of it, and to get there, we might have a lot of trauma to heal from, but what a joyful experience that is, to be so trusting of this universe that we remain open in spite of the possibility of danger. And Shaylin, you share that the big warning along the top is anything but relaxing. Well, because I value your relaxation, I will turn it off for this time that you are here with us. And when you depart, if you could say goodbye, that would help me know when to turn it back on. But while it's off, I want to make sure that everyone is safe, because there are a lot of impersonators, and what would not make me feel relaxed is if any one of you got scammed by those people who are pretending to be me. Because I really hope that what we have in this space is very sacred, and for anyone to be taken advantage of by that would make me very uncomfortable. So the banner is not meant to alarm you, but to have assurance that those who are here can be here with knowledge of the intention for this space, therefore they don't go in harm's way. But if it's too distracting for you, I'm happy to turn it off for the time being. Greetings, Isabella. Angel, you ask a great question. How does one put trust into the universe? Well, we put trust into the universe by understanding ourselves, that we recognize that on the level of the soul, and I think this is a word that deserves some explanation, because the word soul has been used in many ways. In this context, I just mean the essence of what you are. I mean that which is not your body, not your mind, but something so much more. Nowadays, scientists, they use more diplomatic terms like consciousness, but it means the same thing, or awareness. This witness in you that is the subject of all the senses, Nothing can come to harm that. Throughout your life, you have seen so many things, heard so many things, felt so many things. You've witnessed this body change. You've witnessed people come and go, emotions. But no matter what occurs to you, you remain ever the same as a witness of life. You never stop being aware, because that is your primordial identity. Pure awareness. It's an abstract concept because a lot of us understand ourselves to be physical primarily, that who we are is our body, animated by a mind. But here I'm telling you the ancient way of understanding ourselves as just the awareness itself. It takes a while to really have this concept sit in fully. But if you really appreciate what it means to just be a field of awareness, then that means you know that nothing can ever harm you. Because awareness is precisely that thing which fire cannot burn, which water cannot drown, which wind cannot blow away, which a sword cannot pierce. It is the very space, the background layer of life that we forget is our essential nature. So, being vulnerable to life, being open, trusting the universe, just means that you have faith in your identity as something which cannot be affected by it. Of course, we shall take care of our body and mind to the best of our ability, but we do so not because we are in danger, but because we are the caretakers of this body, of this mind. Phoenix, you share that your boyfriend just broke up with you after confessing his love to you a week ago. Not so sure what the lesson is, but you're sure there is one. What I love is that you acknowledge that there's something to learn from this, even if you're not sure what it is. And that's okay. Sounds like your boyfriend had a lot of conflicting emotions going on. Boys are so emotional. And that's okay. I am sure that you have picked up on some of those feelings yourself, and now you're sifting through them, processing it, wondering what is real, what isn't, and that's okay. This is where you are at in your journey, and you're allowed to be sad. It's okay to grieve, even if it was only a week's worth of love, because sometimes a week's worth of love can feel like a lifetime. So take all the time you need to process this, and I believe you as well, that there is something to learn from this. Having that belief is going to help you so much during this time, and I'm sorry to hear that. Katie Pond, you share a wonderful fact that I haven't heard before. Spirituality has been expressed through other hominids like Homo naledi. Burial sites were found. Burials are a form of spirituality, right? I love that. You add that spirituality is in everything and can be expressed through anything. That's wonderful. Absolutely. Burial site is a kind of acknowledgement of the being which once inhabited this body. Thus we put the body to rest, return it to Mother Earth. I think that is absolutely a sign of a very genuine and sincere spiritual perspective. In some sense, all of life experiences spirituality. Maybe us humans do it the most ostentatiously. Is that a word? Sounds right. We do it very flamboyantly. but that doesn't mean we are the only ones having this deep experience of life. And thank you, dear one, whose name is written in a beautiful script that I know not how to read, but I appreciate your heart's-me just the same. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, freshly seen. Aurora, you are wondering, what spiritual teaching can be behind the Jesus died for our sins thing? That's wonderful. I'm so happy that in spite of maybe the aggressiveness in which this sentence has been shared before, you acknowledge that it must have come from a spiritual place. This is something that I have thought about. In my opinion, it is the very purpose of an avatar. In English, we have the word avatar. It comes from the Sanskrit word avatara, which means descension. Literally, avatarati means he or she or it descends. What's descending? Well, something divine, because we refer to the divine as that which is above the higher self. Whenever the higher self descends through the lower self, we say that that being is an avatar, a descension, an avatar of the divine. Regardless of your definition of an avatar, I think Jesus fits all of the criteria as a divine descension. The purpose of this is so that we may project our sense of self into them, that they may serve as a personification of our higher self. That whenever we are calling upon our higher self, we don't need to think about it abstractly, because we have a personal representative in our history, in our culture. Various religions, various cultures. Jesus of Nazareth is one such vibrant example. So a divine personality such as he goes through all of the traumas of life. No? You read the story of Jesus, it's not a happy ending. Well, actually it is. It's a very beautiful story. And there's a lot of happiness at the end. But physically, he went through a lot of pain. So the avatar, the divine descension, goes through that pain so that we don't have to. It's the very same principle when we listen to children's stories, when we watch children's movies, is the main character goes through hell and back. When we watch Pixar Cars, Lightning McQueen has to go through so many trials and tribulations so that we don't have to. And yet at the end of the movie, we are left feeling uplifted because we feel like we have learned something through all of the suffering that Lightning McQueen has gone through. This works to an even higher degree in a spiritual figure, that they go through all of this stuff so that just by projecting our higher self in them, we get to feel all the lessons along the way without having gone through it ourselves physically. In my opinion, this is why people say, from a spiritual perspective, that Jesus died for your sins. This means that you are able to offload all of your trials and tribulations on him, because he is happy to have gone through it in his lifetime. He carries the weight so that you don't have to. Anytime that you are feeling weighed down, when you feel like you have all this stuff, well, you can ask the question, what would a certain divine personality do? And they alleviate you of that. They guide you through their own actions, through their own life. I hope this makes sense. And thank you, Soul Kemi, for your heart me and your flowers. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, Kalki Ji. Thank you for your 10 TikToks. Om Namah Shivaya. Thank you, Tatmamasi, for your trio of roses also. Jai Nisargadatta. I'm happy that you understood that. While we were talking JSBSI, you asked, who actually was Jesus and his story? Well, that's a very personal question, isn't it? Not because I personally knew him, but because our relationship with the divine is personal. What one person gets out of the story might be something very different than another person. And that's the miracle of it, because there's something in it for everyone. And maybe what's in it for you is very simple. And maybe what's in it for your neighbor is just mind expanding and just completely shatters your understanding of reality. You know, some people have a very profound experience of him and his story, and that's wonderful. And thank you, Brian, for your heart to me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Matt, for your heart to me too. It's a funny question, Estefania. You must have felt the vibe of the conversation, because that's exactly what we were just talking about. So, for the sake of not repeating myself, if you want to hear an answer to that, maybe we can talk about it again later. Otherwise, if you just dial back the recording of this live, a couple minutes, we talked about that. But G to infinity, you ask, do you think we would crucify Christ if he incarnated this time? Well, he would have to be. He wouldn't be the Christ without that, wouldn't he? He is the Lamb of God. That's in his nature. See, it's not the fault of the world. It was all orchestrated perfectly. You can't tell me that God descended and then this happened accidentally, that it wasn't in the plan. You know? So, whoops, God made a miscalculation and he accidentally got crucified. No, that's part of his divine nature, is that he orchestrated all these events for us. So whether we would crucify him or not, that's up to him. I think there might be a misunderstanding, G to infinity. This isn't something to be sad over. And it's not a mistake on our part. It's not such that Jesus was misunderstood and he was never meant to be crucified. His story represents something very profound that's perhaps difficult to understand. It's a very, very beautiful point that's articulated through his life and through his death, that it matters not what people think of you, that it doesn't matter the outcome. Just as he said whilst on the cross, "Oh Father, forgive them." If God is forgiving them, then who are we not to? It's no mistake on their part. They merely created the right circumstance that he inspired in them. Yes, we can learn from this ourselves. There's a lessons to be made here. But that doesn't mean that this isn't a universal lesson, one that isn't to be learned again and again. Because the best stories are that which you can tell more than once, and every time you tell them, you learn it all over again. I think it is in this way that if the Christ were to come again, that his story would be very much the same, just set in modern times. Not because we haven't learned, but because it's all part of a divine play. Because it's not about having learned from our mistakes in the past tense. If we look at life in this way, then we'll always be disappointed with ourselves, because there will always be something more to learn. It's not about having a perfect world where everyone is kind to each other. It's about doing what you can in this moment. It's about facilitating the process. So, I hope this clears any doubts. But it is a heart-rending story, no doubt about that. The Passion of the Christ is traumatic. It takes a lot of openness to see the story without closing our hearts. Now, TikTok does not believe that this is a live stream. Or one of you have reported this for being not live. So I have to solve a puzzle to prove it to you all. There, verification complete. That's what the alarm was. Thank you, Matt, for your disco love just a minute ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. You know, you'd be surprised how many people come in here thinking that I'm AI. I take it as a compliment, although I'm not sure how. Thank you, Mimesis, for your applause. Here's some for you, too. I did see that you came and you shared that you had to go. But if you're still here, much love to you. Anyway. And thank you, Mustang, for your corgi. Om Namah Shivaya. And you share it's the green screen? What green screen? People don't realize we are very much in nature. My backyard. The world has become so fake that when we see reality, we go, no, it must not be real. Thank you, Yvette, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And the link below, thank you for your 22 roses. Om Namah Shivaya. JSBS here wondering what? Hari Om Tat Sat. H-A-R-I, Hari, means the all-powerful one. Om means the creation, destruction, and preservation of the whole universe, and the impersonal reality which pervades it. Tat means that, and Sat means truth. Hari Om Tat Sat means that all-powerful one, responsible for the creation, preservation, and destruction of the whole universe, and that which pervades the whole process. That is the truth, the ultimate. It's a very ancient Sanskrit mantra, and a salutation even, which is, just think about that. That there was a time in our ancient societies where you'd salute someone by saying something so profound, like, salutations to the all-powerful one, responsible for the creation, preservation, and destruction of the whole universe, and that which pervades it all. That is the truth. Instead of saying, hello. Now we just say hello. So much simpler. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Shakira dear, for your heart me. Hare Krishna. I love you too, Shakira. And Vanessa, thank you for your heart me. Now you guys are wondering how I would react if I stubbed my toe. Well, we could do a live demonstration. Sometime, maybe. There's a concrete block to my left. I could kick it. But what example would that set? Lately I just take a deep breath, you know? I feel very unbothered by physical pains within the last several months. That if I smash my hip on a doorknob, or I move a door over my toenail, or I kick a brick, I just take a deep breath, you know? And I go about my day. It's like, whatever, you know? I'm gonna feel fine in like 20 seconds. I love you as well, Shakira. And do you honestly thought it was a green screen? Because I'm literally glowing? Oh yes, you know, no one believes me, no matter what I do. But that's okay. See, physical pain, we have to understand. We've created a culture where when the body complains, we amplify that pain with our mind. There's no need for this. When the body complains, suddenly the mind starts yelling also. Why? The mind doesn't have to make the pain louder. If the body is expressing pain, that's enough to get the message across. But now it's like this. If you fall and hurt your leg, your knee makes that pain available to the nervous system. Then the mind interprets that in a myriad of ways. The mind says, I'm so dumb. I should have been paying more attention. Why do I do this? How come nobody else seems to fall as much as I do? Oh, I'm never going to get that sports scholarship if I'm such a klutz. How will I fail tomorrow, the next day? Because I'm sure I'm going to fall again. I'm going to spend my whole life falling. There are people like this. That you make one small mistake and then the mind starts spiraling and makes a big deal out of it. But if you let the mind have its own business, and the mind just listen to the body without amplifying its concerns, so much of life becomes pain-free. It is almost unfathomable, if it weren't for the fact that it's so real, that most of suffering in life happens on the level of the mind. The body actually goes through much less than we believe. In this way, I'm telling you, you can live like this too. It's not a matter of belief. It's a matter of something that you can see for yourself. And I know this is possible for you. And thank you, Sophia, for your subscription. I'm always happy to have you here. And one of these days I'm going to have a sticker set for Sandy and Shadow for you to use. However, in the meantime, I look forward to connecting with you in any way in which we can be there for each other. I am happy. Hello, Debbie. Thank you for sharing your blessings. All my best wishes back to you and everyone. Now, Crossfires, you share that you have a good question. What do I think should rule the heart or the mind? Rule? My rule of thumb is that rulership is a human concept. We talk about everything in terms of conquering, domination, control. But you tell me one aspect of the universe which has this principle. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's all about collaboration. It's all about understanding and working with each other, not against one another. The same is true for the faculties of our mind, our heart. Why must we rule over them like we are some royalty? And they are our dominion. The mind has its purpose, the heart has its purpose. The purpose of the mind is to serve one's sense of self. Wherever your sense of self is, the mind naturally generates thoughts in the direction of serving that sense of self. You don't have to agree with each thought, but it serves as a set of options to be in service of that sense of self. What the heart is the container of the mind. The mind can only open to the extent that the heart is grown. In modern times, we associate the mind with the brain, but for time immemorial, we have known that the mind resides in the heart. And we even know this at an intuitive level also. See, all we have to do is be in a situation where you are feeling sorry. Where do you feel sorry? You say, I'm sorry here, right? You don't hold your head, point to your forehead and go, I'm sorry. If anything, we point to our heart. I'm sorry. I love you. I'm here for you. I did not mean for this. I want this for you. I. The self resides in the heart. Sure, our intellectual capabilities might be up here, but the heart is the container of the mind. Therefore, to expand the mind, we first need to expand the heart. Why? Because the mind can only expand so far as the heart is expanded. It doesn't matter how hard you try to open someone's mind. If their heart isn't able to accommodate that, you won't open. These are the purposes of the mind and the heart. No need to rule over them. Just understand their use case and you will have a beautiful relationship with them. And thank you, Sophia, for your rose also. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, Beth. You share that you are sad. That's okay. I'm happy to be here for you, hold space for you. If I may inquire, what sort of sadness are you experiencing? And it's okay if you don't want to talk about it. And it's okay if you don't know. You could be sad without knowing. I hope someone's told you this. That you don't have to know what you're sad about to be sad, to allowed to be sad. And thank you, pivotal intent. Pivotal. It's a tough word for me. Thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Beth, you're welcome, dear. You share you're upset about not being believed about something that happened to you. Hey, story of my life. I can relate with that. The good news is that in order to feel believed in, we don't have to find that in anyone else. Because the universe knows the truth. It is the living truth. Its source, that witness, it knows. And the source is what arranges for all the circumstance of life. So if you feel like this lack of belief will lead to an unfavorable circumstance, know that it is not others' perceptions of you which decide your future. Your future is decided in one part by your perspective of it, and in another part by something beyond our control. But what's beyond our control is also that very thing which is beyond those whom don't believe you. But if you feel believed in, you are right, because you wouldn't be here if your story, your life, wasn't meant to be. Some of the greatest stories in the universe are made inaccessible to others because of... Hi, Sandy. Sandy's not supposed to be outside, but whatever. Are made inaccessible by a lack of belief, but that's their loss, not yours. If someone is unable to connect with the truth and beauty of your lived message, that only says something about them, does it not? Nothing about you and your believability. Wherever they are at in life, that's their business. Thank you, Road to Clarity, for your trio of roses. Hare Krishna. And Isabella, thank you for your trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Crossfires, you share, it's really important that if I have this kind of vibe, that I know how to fight with martial arts. Wax on, wax off. Well, in the East, discipline has been a big part of being spiritual. Spiritual students are often known as disciples. And the word disciple just means the one who is being disciplined, isn't it? If you consider yourself a disciple of the universe, then expect yourself to be disciplined by it. So, although I have no need to defend myself physically, I believe that discipline is very important. Discipline keeps us humble. Discipline gives us structure in our life and gives a kind of order to our psyche, which is important so that your mind doesn't self-implode through spiritual awakening, that it has a proper structure to withstand the inward pressure of self-discovery and the outward force of self-expression. And thank you, Dibishore, for your heart me and friendship necklace. Hare Krishna. And Tattvam Asi, thank you for your trio of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I love that pivotal intent. If all we are here is here, then being here is what we are. So be here with me. That's beautiful. Sophia, you shared that your father passed away, and you're going to see him tomorrow. I hope this does not mean to imply you're planning on passing away also. I assume it's just a quirk of language, though. Can I please say something for your family? Wow. We say that a father has passed. What we mean is that their body has passed. Your father has not gone anywhere. Why? What is a father? A father means a source of security, a source of stillness, an ear for you, a silent guide in your life. All of these things are within you because your Father has given Himself unto you. The first miracle of life is that we are born from our parents. But the second miracle of life is that our parents are born into us. Their whole life, whoever your parents are, they may not be your biological parents, but someone or something in your life fulfills this role for you. They prepare accommodation in your heart. And this is no figure of speech. I'm speaking very esoterically here. That in a very mystical sense, the energy of a father, of a mother, it moves into your heart. They may pass from their body, but only into yours. Thus, we feel like they are watching over us because they have merged into our higher self, in our heart. Paramatma, the higher self. So, it may feel as though if their body is gone, where will our love go now? But you are an expression of their love. And their expression of love for you has been born into you. Know this always, and you will never be apart from them. But in this time of grief and sorrow, let all that love that has gone unexpressed find its way, either through tear or laughter, either through joy or misery. Let this be a celebration of life and an understanding of death. Thank you, Esther, for your rose a few minutes ago. And much love to you, Sophia. Fragu Strawberry, thank you for your heart me. And a finger heart. Here's one for you as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. Anika, thank you for your rose too. And Strawberry, thank you for your 5 community fests. Radhe. Vanessa, thank you for your tiny. Yippee. And Marla, thank you for your rose again, dear. And thank you, Tibishore, for your finger heart. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And thank you, Sophia, dear, for your balloons. Jai Sitaram. Dr. Ginny, you share that when your father died, you heard him say, "Now I understand everything, and you are perfect." That's deep, man. That's deep. Very beautiful. And one of the most wonderful things to say in the vicinity of those watching you pass. I think we have a bit of a responsibility. If we're dying, we have to make it look easy and peaceful for others. Otherwise, they'll be scared to death. What a wonderful blessing of your father. Crossfires, you shared that many times you have woken up in the middle of the conversation with your grandpa who has passed away. I love that. That's so sweet. I dream of my grandpa who has passed away also. And I think it's lovely, all the impressions that are made in us of our loved ones, and how those impressions live on. Though they may be a kind of negative space in the same shape as them, that's no problem, because it was the very shape of them which we recognized, which we felt connected with, and so that impression is just as personal. I'm so happy to hear that for you, Dr. Jenny. And Marla, you share that you are a medium, and it's amazing when loved ones come through. I think mediumship is a great talent, a gift, and it's also something that everyone can get into when it comes to their own loved ones, especially. Since if anyone is going to be a vehicle of their personality and their love, it's all of us who have been impressed by them. Impressed upon, I should say. M. Solistia. I don't know how to pronounce your lovely name. You are wondering if I've ever had negative dreams that contradict your own self. Our mind is always going to contradict itself, but nothing can ever contradict the self. The self that you are is made whole by all of its identities that it has had throughout its eternal existence. Different aspects get expressed at different times, and sometimes our subconscious takes a while to catch up. Just as we may dream of a time in which we were still in school, we still had to get those books out of our locker and go towards our exam. Just as we have dreams about all these things, so too we might dream about times in which we had certain habits or perspectives on others. But that's all a part of your life. And although in this moment you may be expressing a different aspect of yourself, nothing can contradict the continuity of time. And Hirodonov, you ask, should you pursue justice or vengeance for those who keep hurting or oppressing you? we should stand up to those whom do not have a voice. We fight for those who cannot fight for themselves. But our self is beyond any quarrel. No one can oppress you. They may try to fit you into a category of their own, but they will fail. They may label us, put us in a box, try to fit us into their limited worldview. But at some point, they will collapse under their own limitations. If you feel as though your boundaries have been crossed, then we should uphold them, but not at the sacrifice of anyone's happiness. Everyone is deserving of love, and that is especially true for our oppressors. Why? Because they lack so much love that they feel the need to oppress. What this world needs is more love. And we cannot hope to increase that love by further refraining from expressing it, even to those who have done us wrong. It is courageous to stand up for yourself, but it's even more courageous to stand up for the broken child within your oppressor, to that inner being that has been repressed over years and years of self-degradation, years of self-oppression. It is that inner being which has not had a voice. So we should stand up for the violence that these people are effectively giving to themselves. They may express that by spreading harm and hate to others. But whatever people spread is just a reflection of what resource they have within. That if one person erupts in anger, another in sadness, and a third in love, it is because within that first person there was unexpressed anger. Within that second person there was unexpressed sadness. And within that third there was unexpressed love. We should strive to express all our emotions, but of course not at the sacrifice of other people's ability to express themselves fully. Whenever there is an outpour of negativity, this means that they are lacking in an inpour of positivity. So, who shall stand up for that? Who shall stand up for that being within them, which is deprived of love? If you do this, then you have no enemies. And thank you, Heaven Bound, for your heart to me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Crossfires, you share that you always pray at night for the children in the whole world that might be in danger to be found. That's a wonderful prayer. We shall pray for the inner children, the children of all those mean adults which are inside but have not had the opportunity to express themselves in years. There are no such thing as adults. There are only children and children forced out of their childhood to take on roles that they were unready for. There is no age in which we stop seeing the world as we did when we were younger. We only add to it trauma and pain and the reality of suffering. But if we can come and attend to all that, that vibrant youth within all of us can shine freely again. And thank you, Tattvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Jai Nisargadatta Maharaj. M. Solisya, you ask, when is it appropriate to refrain oneself and to abstain oneself? Where does the line cross? It is all about being like Shiva or Shakti. When you are like Shiva, you go within. When you are like Shakti, you go without. When do you go within and when do you go without? You go without when there's an opportunity to give something. And you go within when there's an opportunity to give someone else the opportunity to give you something. There is only giving. There's only giving directly, and then giving the opportunity for someone to give you something. But your true possession is the giving. When someone is providing us an opportunity to give, then that is when we shall be like Shakti, like the feminine. When we have something to learn from someone, when we have an opportunity to be humble, to go within, to give someone else the opportunity perhaps to express themselves but without a reaction, then we go within. We be like Shiva. Hola, Marlin. I love that, Crossfires. Our inner child needs to be healed in everyone. Hello, Pesto. You share that you feel a little bad because you got catcalled and stalked when you were going back home. You feel angry. As you should. Because anger means I'm not available in the way you think I am. Anger means you have overstepped my boundary. Thus I'm here to uphold where the line is. Anger is a quality of the divine feminine. A quality that says, I'm not something to be walked on, to be taken advantage of. I'm not something to be objectified. So you have every right to be angry. However, if you leave anger in the system, then it causes havoc in it. Anger is a force that dismantles. We can use it to dismantle the expectations of others. But if we leave it in our system, then we start to dismantle what's going on inside us. Our whole system becomes in disarray, and we have to build certain parts up again afterwards. We have to spend the energy to take care of it. So in the moment when you have the green light to express the red light in your eyes, when you're seeing red, to uphold a boundary that is your right, then you can express it. when that opportunity to express has passed, then we give up our anger. We give it to Mother Kali. We say, "Oh, divine goddess Kali, please take my anger. You do something with it. You do something productive with it." We do the Mahakali mantra, or the Kali Maha mantra. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshvari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. It means, "Oh Mother, oh Annihilator of the whole universe, I give you all this energy. Please, you have it. Give your anger to the Divine Feminine. She'll make use of it. Don't worry." In this moment, we can become peaceful. Thank you, John F., for your heart me. Hello, David. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Tibishore, thank you for your quintet of roses. Hello, Morala Pru. Welcome back. You ask, can I speak to your friend Derek? He's seeing red at this moment. Well, sometimes acknowledging that someone is angry can make them feel embarrassed. So I don't wish to put them on the spot. But, if they are someone close to you, you can hear them out. Be a space for them. Listen to them. Validate their emotions, that whatever they are going through is understandable. It might not be something that anyone would wish to go through, but it's an understandable experience, that it makes sense. Telling ourselves that our emotions make sense is important. And I would tell Derek also that anger is something that makes sense. You're allowed to be angry. But if you want to have your anger pass, then a kind of patience is required. Know that there's a lot within you that can be expressed, and it deserves to be expressed. But anger by itself is not always the most effective means of attending to a problem. Emotional management does not mean that we manage our emotions. It means that we manage ourselves within those emotions. It means that when a feeling does arise, we attend to it. We don't try to restrict or limit it. We breathe into it. Yes, there is a lot of pain in this world. And if you feel inspired to stand up for something that is right, then that is your right. But I found in my personal life that the biggest way to make a difference is to do so with patience. That all good things take time. And that includes everything that we have to work on within our own life also. Do not give anybody the pleasure of taking away your happiness. Become so happy within your own self that no matter what someone says, no matter what someone does, you are unshakable. You are grounded in peace. You are rooted in ecstasy. Become so joyful within your own self that not even lightning can take you from your peace. No matter how much current the universe directs your way, you are able to transform it into just pure euphoria. It is in this way we can spite those who are trying to get a reaction. The worst thing that anyone wants when they're trying to get a reaction out of you is for you to maintain your peace. That shows them who's boss, right? Someone's trying to provoke you and you remain peaceful. Oh, that'll just destroy them. Now, we can be angry with ourselves also. But in this case, it also befits us, but in a different way, to maintain our peace. Because from peace, we can do amazing things with our life. There's no need to hold ourselves to such high standards, when all they do is add weight to our life and hold us down. Too much pressure, someone pops. They burst. Alleviate the pressure and they expand. And thank you, strawberries, for your balloons. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Marla, thank you for your rose. Hare Krishna. But above all, I wish Derek well, and I'm happy that they have someone in their life, such as you, to help them, take care of them. Give them space, listen to them. No need to change how they're feeling. Just affirm to them. And thank you, Tattvamasi, for your pair of finger hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. Grass fires. No, you don't have to send me anything. I'm always happy to have you here. Even the intention of showing gratitude, that makes me happy. And thank you, Tattvamasi, for your pair of finger hearts. Here's some for you as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Gabriella, hello, and thank you for your heart mate. Jai Sita Ram. Hello, Brandon. I'm grateful to have you here. Also, Rex. Now, I totally forgot. Every live, I like to read a couple things to you, interspersed. I'd like to read another short passage from the Pocket Pema Chodron. She is a wonderful Buddhist nun, and I think she speaks things in a way that's very practical. So I'd like to read another passage from her with you all. Then we can return to discuss whatever you wish to discuss. So, today let us read from... Which one have we not read yet? We've read almost all of them, I think. Here, let's read number 51. That's ironic. My ring light is making a ring shadow. Everything has to go. All of us are like eagles who have forgotten that we know how to fly. The teachings are reminding us who we are and what we can do. They help us notice that we're in a nest with a lot of old food, excrement, and stale air. From when we were very young, we've had this longing to see those mountains in the distance and experience that big sky and the vast ocean. But somehow we got trapped in our nest, just because we forgot that we knew how to fly. We are like eagles, but we have on underwear and pants and a shirt and socks and shoes and a hat and a coat and boots and mittens and an iPod and dark glasses, and it occurs to us that we could experience that vast sky, but we'd better start taking off some of this stuff. Nowadays, we don't have iPods, do we? Although some of us are going back to them. So we could take off the coat and the hat, and it's cold, but we know that we have to do it. And we teeter on the edge of the nest, and we take off. Then we find out for ourselves that everything has to go. You just can't fly when you are wearing socks and shoes and coats and pants and underwear. Everything has to go. Thank you for listening. So much baggage in life that we surround ourselves with, originally for the pursuit of comfort and pleasure. But the more comfort, the more pleasure we surround ourselves in, we often become imprisoned by it in some sense. And we don't get to go outside of our comfort zone to experience what's beyond pleasure. Now, of course, pain may come with all that, but pain doesn't always mean you're doing something wrong. Pain can mean you're growing, expanding into new territories, learning, adapting, and all that is a kind of bliss that can be achieved beyond our old nest of things and stuff. Holy moly, shares Anna. I love that sentence. I guess it's not a sentence, it's a phrase. Holy moly. Hello, Marcy. You share that it's boba time with ice cream, this time instead of tea. I never thought about that. Having tapioca with ice cream, that sounds very good. And you're right on time, Brandon. Good evening, Jai. And thank you, Amy Nelson, for your ice cream cone and your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And John F., thank you for your tiny, your donut and a team bracelet. Yippee! I'm laughing because I like saying that. Now, Morela Pru, you share. We've interacted many times. You love the way I talk and the things I talk about. And thank you for sharing that. I'm only grateful to be here with you all. And I love all the things that you have to share as well. Hello, Gaia. And thank you for finding beauty in my smile, Sarah. Although, of course, it's never expected that any of you find anything positive within me. I am so happy to see that within you, there is a part of you looking for beautiful things, for positive things. Thus, I am happy whenever I receive compliments, not because I need them, but because it makes me so happy to know that you all are looking for beautiful things to find in others. Myself just so happens to be included. I love that. Hello, Nova. Hello, Gaia. Oh, you were saying hello to Marcy. That's okay. I say hello for the second time. And thank you, Boopapotamus. I love your name as always. Thank you for your tiny. Yippee! Now it's just my mouth which is being lit up by the sun. Here, Why don't I succumb myself to the full light of the sun? Oh my goodness. Now I'm going to have trouble seeing your comments. Sarah, you ask, is this my main job? And what do I think about the capitalistic employment? Well, I don't consider anything my job, truly. Although I happen to get money from it. It's a donation, isn't it? Because I don't work by the hour. It's not like you guys write checks for me according to how well I work and if I show up on time. It is entirely voluntary from all of you. Therefore, how can I call this work when there's no obligations? So I'm only happy to be here, and it just so happens that the donations alone are enough to cover the expenses in my life at this time. And that is something that it's hard for me to fathom. It's amazing how much communal support works. That even if it's not much from any person in particular, having a community of support, it adds up really quickly. And that is a reminder for me to understand the value of community, the value of just helping in the way that we can, even if it's not much by itself, because it adds to the help that everyone else is also providing. And that's a great lesson on my part as well. Capitalism. Switching topics. Like all ways of life, there are qualities that can be appreciated and other parts that can be improved upon. And there's a lot of room in capitalism for something that is a little bit more beneficial to everyone, and not just in some ways. I'm no economist myself. I have a hard time understanding how one could even begin to work towards economic theory that improves on all of these areas which we so clearly observe an absence of quality. But I believe that we can all do our best to be more communal. I think a lot of the things that we get in capitalist society, we can get from each other. There's a lot of intermediaries which have spawned whole industries as being middlemen and third parties. But you don't have to, A lot of vegetables you can grow in your own garden. A lot of food and welfare we can get simply on behalf of helping others directly. We can negotiate things for ourselves, and instead of having currency as a middleman, we can see the value in helping each other directly. I think the more we do things like this in our local communities, the less dependent we are on others. The universe, Mother Nature, is such that any place can be self-sufficient. You know this? Because we are an interconnected species, because nature works with each other and all of its different constituents, then this means that an ecosystem can be self-sufficient by itself, but only when it's a system, when it's working with each other. If we're working for our independence, then we're working against our nature, because no part of nature is independent. It is made efficient and sufficient by the cooperation of everyone around us. And I think learning in this way from nature, maybe there is some learning to do that can be applied towards how we manage our economy as well. What this looks like in particular, I leave it up to intelligent people to meditate upon this. And I very much look forward to the future generations that I am included in, who have such bright ideas and the ingenuity to implement them is something that I very much look up towards as a great virtue. And thank you, Wes, for your heart meat and your 17 bracelets. Jai Mata Di. Thank you, White Tiger, for your rose also. Solista, you shared that today has been the first time I've replied to your questions. I'm so sorry that I didn't see your questions beforehand. I assure you that whatever has made this possible is not of some shift in intention and how I accept you. Sometimes I don't notice all the comments, and it's not to spite anyone. I hope to assure you of this, but I'm so grateful that I was able to attend to your comments today. I hope that that is a pattern that continues to unfold. Thus, I hope to recognize you and acknowledge you. Always. And thank you, Inevitable, for your trio of roses too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Madrekas Te Ivo. You shared that they won't allow that. We must build community-based companies and play the system. I love all of those words, but I have a hard time with the concept of they, because there is only us. We are all in this together. Some people just don't realize that. There's no sides to this matter. If our goal is to be collectivist, is to be community-based, then this means that we bring everyone together in collaboration. So it's not about us versus them. It's only about us. Let us do what we can without demonizing anyone or anything. The more we try to bring down others, the more the world works in this way, where we equalize by diminishing rather than equalize by maximizing. Only then can we bring everyone up without the sacrifice of looking down on anything. And I love that intention of using the system itself to expand itself. We have to take what we have been allotted and use that to grow. We don't have to invent anything new. We just have to rediscover what's already possible. And hello, K. McMahon. Now, you ask, when did I practically see this? I think. I'm only guessing, because I'm not sure what the letter CE would refer to. But you're asking this after an observation of how young I am. Well, we are all young, aren't we? Even those people who are in their... See, I'm in my 20s. People who are in their 30s, their 40s, their 50s, their 60s, their 70s, their 80s, their 90s, their 100s, their 110s, their 120s. They're all very young, aren't they? If you think about the age of the universe, 13.7 billion years, can you expect to have a grip on it even after 100 years? I'd be surprised even if someone who spent their whole life studying at the age of 120 had a firm grasp on the nature of reality. So in this way, we are all young, aren't we? At the same time, we are all so old. See, we have ideas in our minds that have been circulating the globe for hundreds of thousands of years. We might even have possessions in our house, which is older than our body. The atoms in our body, how many billions of years old are they? Our DNA has been evolving for how many billions of years also? But beyond even that, the very space in which life occurs, this feeling of being here to witness this world, now that is eternal, isn't it? That conscious witnessing has been going on forever. Thank you, M. Solista, for your forever, Rosa. Speaking of forever, thank you, dear. Hare Krishna. Hello, Loopy Lane. User 998, you're wondering, where am I? I got sunlight. Right, this part of the world is still tilted towards the sun. I'm in Canada. On the west coast. User 998, you share that you wronged so many people driving aggressively, and now you're paying for it hard. How do you clear your karma? How do you clear your karma? It's very easy. Nah, I lied. It's not easy. It's very simple. But sometimes we associate simplicity with ease, or complexity with difficulty. But sometimes that which is simple is difficult. Karma is the law of the material existence. If you believe yourself to be material, then your happiness will be determined by it. When you are in the face of good karma, you share that feeling of goodness. When you are in the face of bad karma, you share that feeling of badness. But this is only if you identify with the material. By material, I just mean everything in the world. You see yourself as someone with a job, with a family, with a home, with a car, with a body, with a blah, 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 blah. If you believe yourself to be like this, then you will be subjected to the law of karma, because karma is what determines everything on the material existence. The good news is that you're so much more than material. Sure, you may have all these things, but you only have them because they are contained within your experience. You are not defined by your experiences, because you are the space of experience itself, the experiencer. That experiencer, which has been called various things throughout time, such as soul, such as spirit, such as consciousness, such as awareness, such as the observer, such as the witness. It has its happiness determined by a different law, the spiritual law. There are only two laws, one in world, one in spirit. The law of the world is karma. The law of spirit is Sharanagati. the more you identify with spirit, then Sharanagati becomes what controls your happiness. Doesn't matter how much karma you have, good or bad or neither. Sharanagati means surrender. Surrender is not something physical, it's something deeply spiritual. If you surrender to your karma, then it all becomes cleared in a spiritual sense. This means that it doesn't matter where you are. You could be stuck in traffic. You could be in the hospital. But if you are surrendered to the experience, then you will be happy. Sharanagati is the law of spirit. That is why spiritual people, they can have good karma but still be unhappy. And they can have bad karma but still be happy. This is because for a spiritual person, their happiness is not determined by cause and effect, not by action, not by karma. It is determined solely by how surrendered you are. And by the way, surrender doesn't just mean that you give up. When we say we surrender a fight, it means the other people win, right? But this is not the way I mean this. By surrender, you mean you honor that which you fight against is bigger than yourself. You respect your opponent as a mentor instead. When you take refuge at the feet of your opponent, what you are doing is saying, I cannot best you. You have something I can learn from. Now I am your student. And this is the nature of mercy, that in ancient times when people would go to fight, if you were not going to win, if you surrendered your ego, your pride, and you bowed before them, if they have mercy, then they will take you in as their student and teach you everything they know. If we surrender in this way to life, if we don't consider life to be our enemy, we consider it a place of teaching, our teacher, and we have something to learn from it. We take refuge in it, and by the causeless mercy of this universe, all of our suffering, it'll become like the background, but in the foreground is a teaching, and that teaching outshines any pain of karma. That is the nature of Sharanagati. Surrender is acceptance? Asks user 998. It's a kind of a faithful acceptance. It doesn't mean that you merely put down your sword. It means that you lift up your sword and give it to whomever you are fighting with and ask them to teach you how to use it best. But thank you, user 998, for your pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Marla, thank you for your rose too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Now, the thing about karma is that the universe gives us it, but it also allows us to navigate it any way we choose. Karma doesn't mean you have to suffer in one way. It means, here is a problem. You can choose to approach it however way you want. I'm only giving you the challenge. It's like karma isn't a prison. You might feel like you're put in a box, but you are not just allowed, but inspired to escape the box that you've been put in. It'd be like going to prison, but the prison guards are secretly rooting for your escape. They actually want you to escape this. That's the nature of karma, that it's a punishment, but one with creative possibilities to navigate. So, exercising our intelligence, we can navigate out of any karma. And by doing so, we become smarter, more intelligent, cleverer. Because the only way to become any of these things is to face a challenge. Thus, it's no punishment, it's an opportunity for us to grow from. An invitation. I like that audio. Thank you, Sapis, for your donut. Yum, 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 yum. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Marla, for your rose, too. This is a master class. The funny thing is that I'm no master, nor is this a class. I'm merely expressing my experience of life. And if you are able to relate to it, connect in your own experience, then that is something you offer me, and I'm only grateful for that. And Loopy Lane, thank you for your hand hearts. Here's some for you as well. Radhe Radhe. Thank you, Vanessa, for your quartet of roses. Jaya Hanumanji. And Marla, thank you for another pair of roses. Om Namah Hanumate Namaha. And John F., thank you for your 24 roses too. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. And thank you, Cryptic Canuck, for your heart me. Morella Pro, you share that Derek is still upset. What do? You allow them to be upset. Yeah, no need to do anything except for be there for them. Affirm to them that they're allowed to be upset. Our duty is not to change the emotions of our friends, but to give them space for their emotions to transform within. Their emotions, they change on their own. We only give them the space to do so. Same is true within us as it is for others. But if the anger is still ongoing, then this means there must be some resistance, there it is, to that emotion. Because what we resist persists. Instead of resisting our feelings, maybe that's what Derek is doing. Honor their feelings. Remind them that it's okay to feel this way. That they don't have to put their feelings down right now. Just hold them. Give them space. And they will come to pass in their own time. No rush. No pressure. No timeline. Derek is well just as he is. And thank you for sharing your blessings, Madrecast. Much love, peace, and prosperity to you all. And Cryptic Canuck, you share that you popped in to give your daily heart me. Currently watching Lord of the Rings. Well, thank you for saying hi. I love that for you. And thank you, Strawberries. Arya, you ask, am I Hindu? You share that you are. Well, no one is Hindu, really. Because Hindu is a word given by the Persians to those people and the culture that was beyond the Indus River. The Persians just called that the land of the Hindus. Because to get to there, they had to cross the Indus River. But Hinduism really refers to something so much beyond any label. The endonym, if there is one, is the Sanskrit Sanatana Dharma, which, as you probably know, just means the eternal way of life. Dharma means righteous duty, but also a living teaching that one embodies on their path throughout life. Sanatana just means that which is unending. So it's like in Canada, where I live. When colonizers first came, they asked the locals, "What do you call this place?" They said, "Canada." So colonizers said, "Canada, great." But what Canada means, in whatever local dialect, it just means a little village. Nothing in particular. And yet we've created this whole identity around a little village. Sanatana Dharma doesn't mean anything in particular either. It just means the eternal way of life. So if this is what one means by Hindu, then either everyone is Hindu or no one is, because it has no demography. Everyone is a part of the eternal way of life. I'm happy to have a fellow Canadian here too. I love that coos. Whatever makes itself manifest as a result of the truth is the best possible reality. Radhe, Radhe. That's wonderful, Morella Pru. You are a pediatric therapist, so you hold space for them. That's wonderful. Then you are doing everything you need to do. Now, M. Solis Jas, you ask, what has been the most challenging to me in life? I think each moment is a challenge that I've never had to face before. Face. Oh, I just became Australian there. Every moment has a challenge that I've never had to face before. This moment is simultaneously the greatest joy and the greatest challenge that you will ever face. The same is always true for this moment and the next. Besides, there is only one moment, and that is this one. Anxiety has been a big feature of this moment for me. Learning to understand that peace is available regardless of how your body and mind feels is the greatest blessing I think I have received so far. See, anxiety is the greatest teacher. It's the teacher of all teachers. It's what finally led the Buddha to enlightenment, what led the Christ to ultimate forgiveness, what led Arjuna to fight on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. Anxiety is a sign that you're very, very close. If you are feeling anxiety, that means eternal happiness is very near. And this is the final push that gets you there. Don't believe me? Well, just imagine how free you would be without anxiety. Imagine if nothing could conduce this feeling of overwhelm within you. Imagine if no panic could arise. You would truly be free, wouldn't you? So, you are blessed to have the experience of anxiety. It's not gonna kill you, but you will be reborn through it. If you are inspired to find the permanent end of suffering, And this anxiety will teach you something very special. It'll give you the tool to be joyful no matter what. Hello, Marlin. Yes. What is your question, dear? And thank you, Esther, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Dr. Jenny, you share that so many young people are anxious because they understand. Anxiety is a recognition that the way in which our society operates is such that it relies on an assumption that is untrue. Anxiety means you understand this for the first time and for the last time. And so many younger people going through anxiety like myself, I think it shows that this younger generation is going to be a big influence in the direction of spirituality, since anxiety is a catalyst for great spiritual growth. Laxiuf, you ask, is there any aspect of spirituality do I think would be interesting to look at for a psychology dissertation? Of course. Any aspect of Jungian psychology is very spiritual. In fact, most psychologists don't know this. But in the East, particularly in the Indian subcontinent, Jung is revered as a great mystic and teacher. As such, many spiritual books often begin with a preface from Carl Gustav Jung, such as one of my books, not mine, but one in my house, on the spiritual teachings of Ramana Maharishi. For example, Jung discovered that there are patterns of thought which seem to transcend conscious barriers, that there are archetypal ideas that seem to have a life of their own, but not at the conscious level, at an unconscious or subconscious level. There is so much at the level of the subconscious that goes unexpressed. Subconscious is where so much of life takes place, but we don't realize. Thank you, Jay Boris, for your trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Itzavi Jessica, for your rose also. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Esther, for your rose as well. Now, there are so many different personifications of the divine. For example, Jesus of Nazareth. There's Krishna and Radha, which I have here. There's Hecate. There's Durga. There are so many different deities, I could never enumerate them all. But do they have any substantial existence? Well, Jung said they do. They exist within our minds. But that sounds like we're saying that they don't exist, that they're all in our head. Well, yes and no. This whole universe also takes place in our head. We only get to experience life through our mind. So, we're not dismissing their existence. We're actually talking about a deeper level of existence. That they operate on the level of consciousness directly, not in the physical. Because if something exists physically, then that's a secondary kind of existence. What do I mean by secondary? Well, the objective world is always changing. It's impermanent. It's not going to be with us forever in its current form. The spiritual perspective means that consciousness is what is real. This whole world is just a fabrication of consciousness. I am sorry, Marlon. I shared that I'd listen to you, but I forgot to read. You were wondering what my opinion on the second coming of Christ, aka Jesus Christ's return, is. We can interpret this in various ways, but to me, the most practical we have to understand that even if he lived a very real historical life, that his message was not historical. His spiritual message was transcendental to his physical circumstance, but he physically personified that spiritual message. As he was crucified, he was directing all of his intention upwards, looking up into the sky. He was not looking down at his oppressors. He was looking up, hands pointed towards the sky, stretched out. This is something deeply symbolic that he lived, and his lived symbolism of it will stand the test of time. He was telling us about the second coming through his lived message. But the second coming is something that happens symbolically. Just as we become crucified by life, we are to direct all of our energies upward. The cross represents the spine. The Holy Father represents the top of the head, the crown. That's why we call her crown, because that's the Lord. We direct our energy up the spine. Christ means the Anointed One. That power of divinity, that Shakti, it lies dormant at the base of our spine. We have to direct this energy upwards. Only then can the Christ reappear through me and through you and through everyone. Just as the Holy Spirit descended into the Christ and ascended into heaven, so too, this process is something that symbolically occurs within our life also. Dissension is a very abstract concept in theology, but we can make it very, very practical. Yes, Marlon. His return to earth is the Christ consciousness. Just as he said, bread is my body, wine my blood, we too become vehicles for the divinity. Of course, no one can be Jesus. But everyone has access to that higher self. The second temple is our body. We have to understand the three kinds of God. We use the English word God to refer to all three, and it gets very confusing. Let's use Sanskrit. The three forms of God in Sanskrit are Brahman, Paramatman, and Bhagavan. I'll break down all three. You don't have to remember them. But etymologically it helps to understand. Brahman means the all-pervading one. It comes from the root word br, which means to expand. Brahman means that which is all-expansive. This is the first form of God, known as the omnipresent, or in the Christian terminology, the Holy Spirit. Spirit is formless, but it pervades everything. Brahman refers to the agency of creation within everything. It doesn't have to be abstract. Look at it like this. Whatever gave rise to this universe, it must be a part of it. Right? So it's within all things, and all things are within it. Thank you, Tatvamasi, for typing them for Marlin. So God is within all things. That's the first understanding of God, that the source of life is there. But this comes with an implication. There's a natural consequence of this. Which means that if God is within all things, then God is within us also. Because we are part of all things. We're no exception. We're not special in that we're the one place that God isn't. Wherever something exists, that means the source is there, to have made its existence possible. So this means a part of that Brahman resides within us. So we have a part of God within us, a part of the source. We get to express just a little bit of that ultimate reality. That is the second form of God, called the higher self, the Paramatman. We refer to God as the higher self. Why? Because part of that omnipresence is within us, and therefore a portion of that identity, of that I am, is within us. We refer to that part of ourself as the higher self, beyond our limited sense of self. But this gives rise to a third concept of God. This has another implication, a consequence. This is a chain of deduction that we can deduce logically. No need to believe. We can use our intellect. So if God is everywhere, and therefore that part within us is also there, known as the higher self, then this means that a human being sometimes can convey that divinity because they embody it. If they allow their higher self to flow through them, they put their lower self aside, or they open up their lower self so that the higher self can shine through, then we call such a being Bhagavan. They are your door to the divine. We're not saying that the person is God. We're saying that God is everywhere, also within everyone. But some people do a good job at expressing that higher self. Thus, they become your window to the divine. And this is why various cultures have a rich history of viewing some people as God. Because to them, they were. The higher self was able to shine through them, unimpeded. When you talk to them, there was no ego in the way. There was no human persona. But the human part of them is very real, very much limited. But that being which they were interacting with through them, now that is unlimited. Thus is where we get the Sanskrit word avatar, descension. That the Holy Spirit descends from the Father unto the Son. They descend from Brahman through the higher self, Paramatma, thus manifesting as Bhagavan, a very personal form of the divine. And thank you, beautiful Crystal, for your whipped coffee. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Malice, thank you for your rose. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Bhagavat? Bhagavan. Bhagavan. Sometimes it gets shortened in Hindi to Bhagwan. Oh, don't apologize, dear. I'm not upset with you at all. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to clarify. And Lily Check, thank you for your flowers and heart me. Om Namah Hanumate. And thank you, John Simon, for your heart me too. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Esther, for your another rose from you, dear. Om Namah Shivaya. And Inevitable, thank you for your trio of roses. Radhe Radhe. Melinda, thank you for your friendship necklace. Hare Krishna. And the link below, thank you for your 11 fires. Jai Shri Krishna. It's me, Jessica. Thank you for your rose. And Kimberly, thank you for your trio of roses too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Bex, you ask, so if you have experienced divinity yet lost your way and don't feel like you are ready to ascend, can it come about again? Of course. Ascend doesn't mean you're taken to some other place and you're popped out of this reality, no one gets to see you again. Ascension happens while you're here. And you come back. Ascension means that your sense of self goes to the heavenly region. Your sense of self, that's all. Not your body. It means that your sense of self gets taken away from the world. You still experience the world. Nothing changes on the level of experience, but it changes in how you experience it. Now your sense of self is in heaven. You know that you are already in the kingdom of heaven within, and you are experiencing this world from a higher perspective now. You have ascended. You're still interacting with the world. You still have a body in the world. You still have senses that see things, hear things, etc. The difference is now the divine has picked you up and put your sense of self in its divine abode. And there is no lost progress on the spiritual path. You never have to learn the same lesson again. Sometimes a very similar appearing challenge faces you. But there's something different to learn this time. I'm noticing a bit of a trend lately. A lot of people feel like they've fallen in their spiritual practice and that they keep coming back to where they were before. But that's not true. You can never be where you were before. You can only go higher. You are always ascending. Sometimes you're in the same spot. Sometimes you're higher, but you never go back. You always continue where you left off. Vanessa, you're wondering, what's the difference between ascendance and enlightenment? Just two ways of talking about the same process differently. There are many, many, many words for the same concept. Ascension, enlightenment, salvation, illumination, liberation, self-realization. Just to name a few. Those are the English terms. Oh my goodness, you don't want to hear all of the words in Sanskrit for it. Now Dengar, thank you for your quintet of roses a minute ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Gabby, thank you for your pair of ice cream cones. And Jai Sitaram. And John Simon, thank you for your ice cream cone too. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Like leveling in gaming. I like that, Dr. Ginny. Yeah. Once you level up, you level up. You can never go back. Well, you can always replay various levels for fun. But now you have your new experience in order to have fun in a different way this time. Hello, Lace. You missed me bleaming? Well, welcome back. Here we are. Claudia Sell, you ask, what halts progress to enlightenment? What halts progress to enlightenment? Nothing. Yeah, no. See, we have this funny feeling like either you're spiritual or you're not. No. You're spiritual. We have this feeling like either we're progressing or we're not. No. You are progressing. Nothing can prevent you from doing this. It's your destiny. We can only facilitate it, go with it, or be resisting to it. When we are resisting, then we just increase the time that we have to learn a certain lesson. There is no need for this, really. Sharanagati, total surrender, means that we go with the flow always, no matter what happens. And I mean that. No matter what happens. Even if you have received the most tragic news in your life, that doesn't mean anything has gone wrong. And if you truly understand what I mean, then your progression will accelerate faster and faster. You know when you're progressing at a good rate, when it doesn't matter what happens to you. You know that there's a way in which this is for your benefit. That is to say, that when you understand that nothing can halt you, then you really become unstoppable. You already were. But recognizing this, having faith in it, just makes it an even more blissful experience for you. And thank you, MSG, for your dancing flower. Hari Om Tat Sat. You ask, what's my favorite chapter of the Gita? Whichever one I'm currently reading. One of my favorite parts of it is when Arjuna pleads Krishna to reveal his cosmic form. He says, "Oh Shri Krishna, I want to see your cosmic form. If you really are everything, I want to see you as you are. I wish to appreciate you in all your infinite glory." Krishna is a bit coy. "Well, this is not something I normally reveal to people, but because you are very dear to me and that I am your friend, I guess I can make an exception for you." "Oh, yippee," says Arjuna. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." So Krishna erupts into his cosmic form. Arjuna is seeing no longer just a part of the universe. He is seeing the entirety of existence. He describes it as innumerable heads with tongues sticking out and whole universes being eaten, engulfed, popping out of the skin, the pores of this cosmic being. Fire, creation, destruction, life, joy, innumerable beings being born and dying. All of this like a fractal cacophony of existence all happening. And you know what Arjuna does? He gets overstimulated. Like anyone would. And he starts pleading, "Okay, that's enough. Please. Stop. No, go back. Go back. I want to see only a small part of you now. I don't want to see this all this at once." In fact, he starts bargaining, he starts begging. See, Krishna, to Arjuna, he has his two-armed form, which he has known his whole life. And now he is seeing his infinite armed form. But Arjuna, he starts pleading. He says, "Even your four-armed form, I'd be accepting of this. That would be more comfortable to look at." And what's the significance of this? The significance is that though the divine is within all things, we purposefully, respectfully, have asked it not to reveal it to ourselves, so that we don't get overwhelmed by it all at once. This is why a spiritual practice takes years, lifetimes. We have to open up to these things very slowly. Otherwise, we overwhelm ourselves very quickly. Because if overnight you woke up and all you saw was God, you'd have a panic attack. People change slowly for this reason, that we are gentle with ourselves. The spiritual journey is a long one for a good reason, because there's no rush. There's no need to come to full realization of the ultimate reality all in one instant. That would be overwhelming. Because even if you did see all that, at the end of the day, we still have a body, a mind, which is going to be unused to that way of living, that way of experiencing. This system is very delicate, our energy system. We need to take care of it slowly but surely. Thank you, Betty L, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Hello, Phi Omega. I agree, Claudia Sal. Hello, Daffy. Thank you for your heart, May. Hari Om Tat Sat. I've heard from many people before that they get really scared to go in meditation because they're scared for some sudden dramatic change, like their ego just explodes or something and the whole universe caves in and you get withdrawn from this reality. There's no need for that. There's no need to dramatize your own enlightenment. Just have it unfold slowly, however long it takes. I mean, if infinite peace is what you're after, wouldn't you wait a very long time? You've already waited so long. Why not wait just a little more for it to unfold in a timely manner? Daffy, you share that you're scared to meditate because when alone with your thoughts, you get severe panic attacks. And that's very understandable. Thus, taking things slowly, maybe meditating in a way that makes you feel more comfortable. That's where you're at right now. And that's wonderful. Suppose someone said, I'm going to give you $1 million, and they meant it. You'd be very excited for it. But all they ask is for your patience. If they told you that I can't give it to you now, you have to wait a year for it, well, that's okay. I mean, $1 million, you can wait for that. If it was $1 billion, wow, you'd be happy to wait for that also. The greater something is, the more willing you are to wait for it. But if someone said, hey, stay here for an hour, I'll come back with $5 for you. You'd say, an hour for $5? I'm not waiting that long for that much. But if they told you to wait there, because they were coming back with $1,000, okay, I could sit here for an hour. So too, if you are going to receive something of infinite value that would last for all of eternity, then there's certainly no rush in acquiring it. And I think there are 2 people mowing their lawns. I hope it's not too loud for you. But you can consider it like an Om. Om. And it really is the M of the Om, because the M represents destruction, the A represents creation, the U preservation. You can meditate on different parts of the Om to get different effects. If you want to meditate on creation, you go You want to meditate on preservation, you meditate on the U. Aum. You want to meditate on the destruction, like the lawnmower, you meditate on the M. Aum. Daphne, you share, you did your driving test today and you failed. You didn't fail. You did your best. You succeeded, given all of the circumstances and experiences that you have had. Your effort was seen and heard by the universe. And perhaps the universe is protecting you. They don't want you on the road right now. And when you are meant to be, the universe goes, all right, now the fruit of your effort will come. But right now, be patient, my dear. And that's a great recommendation, MSG. Try a guided positive meditation if You're new and scared. It's lovely. I like that. Swine boy, you ask, how do you stay present? By being grateful. Because if you're not grateful, you won't want to be here. If you walk into a room and you just hate every aspect of it, you're not going to want to be there. How can you possibly be in that room? But it doesn't matter how terrible the room is. If you just start pointing out things you like about it, maybe it isn't so bad. Maybe you could be in this room. Actually, though the wallpaper is half off, I really like the brick behind it. I think that's beautiful. Has this kind of aesthetic to it. That's nice. I'm a big fan of brick myself, and it's nice to see it coming through. You know, it gives a kind of vibe like what's authentic will shine through anyway. And you know, I don't mind the window on that side of the room. I think it lets in some nice light. And there's a lot of opportunity here for me to make something of it. I'm open to creating, cultivating kind of presence here. Yeah, you know, I think I'll stay here. In this way, if we attend to the present moment, we might not like some aspects of it, but that's okay. You don't have to like all of it. You just have to be open to liking part of it, and you can be present with that. We are present to the extent that we are grateful. So practicing the attitude of gratitude can help us maintain our presence here. And that's wonderful, Sherry. You share that meditation is changing you. It has been a journey you never imagined, and you are grateful. I'm so happy to hear that. And Dr. Ginny, you share that you don't mind suffering. You just don't want your son to witness it. How do you overcome that? Well, you have already explained the process of overcoming it, because you have done it yourself. You will go through hell if it means that you get to be a mother, because you have something to live for that makes it worth it. So too, if you empower your son to have something to live for just the same, then it won't matter to him either how much suffering he has to go through. Does this mean that your son has to have a son himself, or a daughter, or whatever? No. You happen to find an expression through your son, but he may find that very same opportunity in a different way. What this means is that you have something worth giving to the world, and some part of the world giving your love too. If you teach your son this also, that there's something within him that's worthy of being expressed in the world, being given to the world, worthy having his attention, he will feel the same way as you, that it doesn't matter how much suffering one has to go through, as long as there's an opportunity to see the beauty in what you can create in it. And thank you, AKD Kamzi, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. My parents, of course, wish the same for me too. They love me very much, and they would not wish for me to go through and see the suffering of the world. However, though I love them for that, I want to see the world. I want to see the suffering. Because if I hide myself from all that, then how can I be of help to the world? If I close my eyes to all that, then I'm also closing myself off from so many opportunities, so many possibilities that can only happen through being aware of that reality. It is through awareness of suffering that we make someone's experience known. And why wouldn't you want your son to be a listener, a healer, someone who's there for one another? I think all these qualities we would wish in our child. And thus, we have to accept that in order for them to embody those great qualities, they have to see the world for what it is. It's a place of suffering and a place of possibility. And it is within suffering that there is a possibility unlike any other, a possibility to serve, to help, to heal. And there is no purpose like that. Nothing can compare to the service of others. You would be gifting them life by allowing them that opportunity. And Sabrina, thank you for your rose too. Dr. Ginny, you clarify. You don't want him to witness your suffering. It hurts him so deeply. I don't want to see my mother suffer either. But I definitely don't want her to hide her suffering from me. Because then how can I possibly give back? It doesn't matter how selfless my mother is. I want to give back to her. I want to help her in all the ways she has helped me. And that is one of the many things that she gives to me by allowing me to do that. She may feel like she is taking energy away from the things that I could be doing. But if I have the opportunity to give back to my mother, to help her through some of the things that she's going through, then that makes me feel proud to be her son. Yes, it hurts me. But why wouldn't it? That is the mark of love. That when they are in pain, we are in pain also. That's what it means to love. It means that your suffering is my suffering. My happiness is your happiness. Good night, soul. May you have a wonderful sleep and meaningful dreams. And besides, a parent becomes a great role model by allowing others to help them, because it shows to your child that it is a good thing to allow people to help you. Because in the time in which your child may be without you, you better hope that they get help from others when you are unable to step in. How can we ensure this happens? By teaching them by example that it's okay to let others help you. M. Solisja, you ask, when is it karmatic, that's a great word you've made, to accept credibility when you solved the problematic issue they endured? What a great question. Yes, this is a question of humility. That if we help solve a problem, in what way do we take credit? Well, if we give them the opportunity to express gratitude, then that's wonderful, as long as we don't demand it. For example, well, Yamsox, you shared with me a few roses earlier. I don't know the reason that you shared these roses with me, but I do know that if I ignored them, that would not make you feel good. I can tell you that I'm not attached to these things and that I don't need anyone's donations. But at the same time, if I ignored all of your donations, you would feel bad. So I accept the show of gratitude because I don't want you feeling unacknowledged, because showing gratitude is a beautiful thing, and I'm so happy to be a witness to that. Likewise, if we help others with something and that they wish to thank us for it, we accept their thanks, not because we deserve it or it's demanded or needed, but because that's a way for them to give back, and we can give them the opportunity to accept that from them, because it will make them feel good. But if we're demanding to be acknowledged or expecting a return, then this is not in the spirit of selflessness. Selflessness means you do it without expecting any credit to come your way. That you donate with a kind of anonymity. That you're doing it on behalf of the universe. So there's no need. When we give, we do so with a kind of lack of expectation for anything in return. Why? It's a practical thing, actually, because it implies that you are whole. Giving and expecting something in return makes you dependent, because it implies that you are working for something that you need in order to be whole. That you are only doing this for the sake of filling some need. But if you give without expectation, then you are working from the assumption that you are already whole, that you are so enough, that you even have enough to start giving. That is why some of the best therapies for things like depression and anxiety is to start helping others. Which sounds, on first glance, counterintuitive. Because, well, you're the one who needs help, right? Yes. The need is within you. But it's not because you're missing something. It's that you have so much within you that has gone unexpressed. So we express, we give, we share, we love. And then that affirms to us that we are whole. We need to give in order to remind ourselves how much we have to give, how big you really are inside, how expansive, how infinite. And thank you, Kimberly, for your pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Aboitan, thank you for your donut and your rose. Hare Krishna. So, I would like to read from another section of the Vachanamrut. I like to read one passage every day. And perhaps there's a passage that speaks to your heart. But before I do so, Shakira, you share something very important to me. You share that a friend died a terrible accident yesterday, and his birthday was a day before. Thank you for sharing that, Shakira. That is a funny timing of events. Not funny haha, but funny strange. It's like he was so close to having another trip around the sun, but it goes to show that it is never guaranteed. You share that he said he loved you, but you didn't give him a chance. You feel bad. It is interesting how death humbles us in many ways. That if we just knew that our last interaction with them might just be our last, then we would often change our communication with them. Even if it's someone that you quite despise, if you knew that tomorrow they wouldn't be here, well, there would be a lot of things that wouldn't go unexpressed. You might even say thank you for being part of this life. But back to your friend, especially in the case of someone whom there was love with or from, there is a lot of love that could have been expressed, and such is the nature of love. You never have to feel guilty for these things. But grief actually is a blessing, because it's how we get to express that love that has gone unexpressed. There is so much love in your heart. And the very fact that you mentioned that that friend expressed love to you before his passing is a gift, because it means that he has put himself in your heart so that you are able to love him from within. Their body might be returned to Mother Earth, but their spirit lives on through you and through everyone. It is a beautiful reminder of the preciousness of life and the importance of expressing ourselves sincerely. And I hope you don't feel guilty for anything that you could have said or that you have said. It is no mere punishment, this happening, but it can be an opportunity to reflect on things and grow from them. And hello, Dimad. All right, and thank you, Daffy, for sharing a rose. You shared that rose was in honor of Sakura's friend. Well, that's very kind of you. I'm happy to host a space for it. Radhe, Radhe. So, as I said, I'd like to read from a passage of the Vachanamrut. And then we can return to whatever we wish to discuss. Today we're reading from Gadhada I, 72. Faith coupled with the knowledge of God's glory. I like to interchange the word God with just divinity. For me, it expresses the same idea, but in a lighter way. On Chaitra Vadhi the 11th, Samvat 1876, or the 9th of April 1820, Swamishri Sahajanandji Maharaj was sitting facing east on a large decorated cot on the veranda outside the north-facing rooms near the mandir of Sri Vasudev Narayan in Dada Khachar's Darbar in Gadhada. He was dressed entirely in white clothes. At that time, an assembly of munis, of scholars, as well as devotees from various places had gathered before him. Then Muktanand Swami said, "Maharaj, yesterday you had a very nice talk with Dada Khachar. All of us very much wish to hear that talk." I was under the impression that Dada Khachar was a place, because we're in Dada Khachar's Darbar. But now that I understand, this is a Darbar, which is in reference to some person named Dada Khachar. Thereupon, Sriji Maharaj said, "If a devotee has faith in the divine, coupled with the knowledge of that glory, and also thoroughly realizes the glory of the sadhus and satsangis, the monks and fellow spiritual seekers, then even if that devotee's karmas, as well as kal, happen to be unfavorable — kal refers to time — both kal and karma combined are incapable of harming them due to the extreme force of their bhakti, their loving devotion." I want to mention this word glory in English. I feel it is my intuition that glory also has heavy baggage associated with it. Glory might come with the idea of pride, of being better than anyone else. But I believe the sentiment here is that the glory of God means the awe of God, that there's an unfathomability of all its infinite qualities, and understanding that this beauty is there for us to appreciate. We just dissolve into that divinity. On the other hand, a person lacking faith in the divine and his sant. Sant means saint, but you could also think of it as someone with a divine personality, does not benefit in any way, even if the divine wishes to do good for that person. One who oppresses the meek does not benefit in any way either. In fact, Bhishma Pita has said to King Yudhishthir in the Mahabharata, which is the longest epic in human literature, "If you oppress the meek, you and your descendants will be burnt to ashes." Meek means someone weak or small or fragile. Therefore, whether you be a devotee of divinity or not, no meek person should even slightly be pained. Moreover, if one does hurt the meek, not only does one not benefit in any way, but one also incurs a sin equivalent to the sin of killing a Brahman, killing a very noble, a priestly kind of person. a learned scholar. In the same way, the sin incurred by making false allegations against someone is also equivalent to killing a Brahman. We should never lie about anyone. Even if the allegations happen to be true, one should constructively advise the person in private, but in no way should they be publicly humiliated. That's a beautiful point too. If you feel like someone is doing something that you disagree with, talk to them in private about it. Have a conversation. Don't try to humiliate them in public. Similarly, one who forces 5 categories of the feminine to lapse in their dharma also incurs the sin of killing a Brahman. One of the most beautiful things about this spiritual lineage is the work they've done for women's rights in India, since many people know, particularly all over the world, not just the East, there has been a repression of women in the last few centuries. And I really like how this tradition stands up for all that, and huge social movements and revolutions have stemmed from these teachings in India for the education and the abuse of women especially. So, of these ladies, we also have to understand the context as well. This was about 200 years ago in a rural region of India, in a territory called Gujarat. They're talking about women here. They're talking about a woman who has sought one's refuge, one's own wife, who does not desire intimacy on days of observance or on days of fasting. Third, a woman who observes the vow of fidelity. Fourth, a widow. And fifth, a woman who has placed her trust in one. All these qualities are something that we should cherish and understand. If someone goes against the sanctuary of these 5 categories of the feminine, they incur the sin of killing a Brahman. Of these 5 categories, if any of their minds waver towards immorality, then they should be inspired to observe dharma. That we shouldn't be repressing these people, especially the feminine, but inspire them to change if we feel like one could be made. Thereafter, the Munis, the scholars, began to sing amorous devotional songs of God. Hearing them, Shriji Maharaj said, "When God assumes a body for the sake of the liberation of the jivas," jivas means like individual soul, "all of his actions are like those of humans." And we were talking earlier about the concept of Bhagavan, which means a descension, an avatara, someone who exemplifies the virtues of Paramatma, the higher self. On seeing those actions, a devotee understands them to be divine actions, whereas someone who lacks faith perceives faults in them. For example, when Shukaji, which is Shukadeva, was the son of Vedavyas, who was the author, the compiler of many scriptures in Hinduism. For example, when Shukaji narrated the Ras Panchadhyayi, King Parikshit harbored a doubt, and so asked, God had manifested to establish the order of dharma, righteousness. Why then did he commit a breach of dharma by associating with others' wives? There are some very interesting stories and symbolisms in Hindu mythology of avatars of God having many wives at the same time. That's the context for what this question has originated from. In this manner, Parikshit perceived a fault in the divine. Shukaji, on the other hand, thoughtfully began singing praises of the divine, explaining that Kamadeva, which is the deity representing desire, had conquered Brahma, the deity representing creation, the creator, and other devas, and had brought them under his control. This had greatly inflated Kamadev's conceit. To vanquish that conceit, God challenged Kamadev. Just as a powerful king gives his own weapons to his enemy prior to fighting him, similarly, God also gave his enemy, Kamadev, the necessary ammunition for fighting beforehand. What was this ammunition for fighting beforehand? Well, the force of Kamadeva manifests in the company of the feminine, and that force is also greater during the nights of the pre-winter season. In addition, amorous gestures of the beauty of the feminine and becoming intimate in touching the feminine greatly increase the force of Kamadev, desire. After giving all of this as ammunition to Kamadev, the deity of desire, Sri Krishna Bhagavan, who is personified here, conquered Kamadev and continuously remained, and Urdhvareta, this is a tough Sanskrit word, my goodness, I have to sound it out slow, Urdhvareta, like a brahmachari. This means someone who redirects the sexual energies inward and upward. Urdhvareta means literally someone who does not release the vital fluids. Brahmachari means literally someone who is on the way to the ultimate. Brahma means ultimate. Achari means someone on their way. In this way, he vanquished Kamadev's conceit. No one except the divine possesses such transcendental powers. It was after realizing this immense power of the divine that Shukaji extolled the divine actions and incidents of the divine. However, as King Parikshit failed to understand this, he perceived a fault in the divine. However, someone may ask you, he's referring to people in the audience, being Paramahansas, which are very high kind of monk, why do you sing such amorous devotional songs? Why are you always extolling, expressing your love for the divine? In that case, you should tell that person, if we do not sing amorous devotional songs, and instead perceive faults in the amorous actions of the divine, then we would also join the ranks of King Parikshit and other Nastika, non-believers. And I want to exemplify here, or not exemplify, I want to emphasize here that this worry about being a non-believer is not that we become an outcast. It's that belief in the Hindu tradition is a very practical thing because it empowers us to see the divine within everything and everyone. And if we fail to recognize that divinity, that preciousness of life, then we will have trouble. So it is of everyone's benefit for us to have a kind of belief. And Tattvamasi, you're wondering if Nastika is in reference to Gnostic. I don't believe so, because Nastic literally means a non-believer. Na-astic, na-astic. Astika means believer. Nastika means a non-believer. But the Sanskrit word related to Gnostic is a jnani. as you would transcribe it, Gnani, Gyani. That's the similar etymology for Gnostic. But we do not wish to join the likes of those who are non-believers. After all, Shukaji considered to be the guru of all Paramahansas, of all great beings, himself extolled the amorous sports of the divine. Therefore, we must also certainly do likewise. Nevertheless, when Purushottam Bhagwan, the highest form of divine personality, who transcends both the perishable and the imperishable, assumes a human form and travels in the Brahmanan, the universe, for the liberation of the jivas, his actions are just like those of all humans. Just as humans possess mayic action, material action, matsar, jealousy, defeat, victory, fear, grief, arrogance, desires, craving, etc., God also exhibits the same swabhavs himself. But they are all for the liberation of the jivas. So a true devotee extols the divine actions of God and attains the highest state of enlightenment, whereas someone without belief perceives fault in them. A non-bhakta, I think that's a good way of looking at it, Tatvamasi. Namaste, Jina. In fact, just as God is the Atma, the self, of the perishable, he is also the Atma of Akshar Brahman, who transcends Prakriti Purush. With his own powers, God supports both the perishable and the imperishable, yet he himself is distinct from them both. Furthermore, the glory of the divine is such that, within the pore of his each and every hair, countless millions of Brahmanans, universes, appear as mere subatomic particles. Only when that vast God becomes like a human, for the sake of the liberation of the jivas, do they have an opportunity to serve him. If he were to remain exactly the same size as he is, then even the ruling devas, the deities of this Brahmanan, this universe, in other words, Brahma, the creator, and others, would be incapable of doing his darshan, or serving him. What, then, can be said of mere humans? Consider, for example, the Vadvanal fire that dwells in the ocean. Despite consuming the waters of the ocean, it is so vast that even the water of the ocean itself cannot extinguish it. If we wish to light an oil lamp in our homes, and that Vadvanal fire were to enter our homes, instead of enjoying the light of the oil lamp, we would all be burnt and reduced to ashes. However, if that same fire were to assume the form of an oil lamp, its light would provide joy. Even though the oil lamp is that very same fire, the oil lamp is so weak that it could be easily extinguished by blowing on it or smothering it by hand. Nevertheless, it can provide comfort to us, whereas the Vadvanal fire cannot. In the same way, God may appear to be as powerless as a human, but only through that form can countless jivas, beings, attain liberation. The jivas are incapable of even doing darshan, divine witness presence, of his form, within whose each and every hair reside countless millions of Brahmanans, universes. Hello, Argo. Hello, Rasul Allah. So, liberation is not possible through that form. Thus, all actions the divine performs after assuming a human form are worthy of being extolled. One should not doubt. Despite being God, why does he do this? In fact, to realize all of God's actions and incidents as redemptive is the very dharma, the righteous duty of a devotee, and only one who understands this can be called a perfect devotee. Thereafter, Kakabhai of the village Rojka asked, "What are the characteristics of a person who merely has faith in the divine, but without realizing that glory?" This is a longer passage today, it seems, so I thank your patience. I thank you for your patience. Also, what are the characteristics of a person who has faith, coupled with the knowledge of that glory? Shriji Maharaj replied, "A person with only faith still harbors doubts. Although I have attained God, will I attain liberation or not? On the other hand, a person with faith coupled with the knowledge of glory believes, from the very day I have had the darshan of the divine, I was able to witness it. My liberation has been guaranteed. In fact, liberation is also assured to anyone who devoutly does my darshan or accepts my service. How then can there be any doubt regarding my own liberation? I am indeed absolutely fulfilled. Furthermore, whichever spiritual endeavors I do perform, I perform solely to please the divine." One with such understanding should be known to have faith in divine, coupled with the knowledge of his glory. Again, Kakabai asked, "What are the characteristics of the three types of devotees of God? The best, the intermediate, and the lowest?" Shriji Maharaj replied, "The best devotee believes himself, or herself, to be the Atma, which is beyond gender anyway, the true soul, which is beyond the body and the mind, distinct from their body. They do not associate the qualities of the body, being jad, full of misery, perishable, impure, etc., with the Atma, the true self, nor do they associate the qualities of the Atma, being uncuttable, unperceivable, imperishable, etc., with the body. They see the Jivatma, the individual soul, residing in their body, as well as the Paramatma, the higher self, dwelling within their Atma. Not only that, they see the Atmas, the selves, residing in the bodies of others as well. Yet, despite having become so capable, they realize the divine and the divine personalities of such to be superior to Atma realization, and harbors not even the slightest conceit of the realization they have attained. That is to say, you become so lost in the love you have for the divine that you're not even concerned anymore about your own self-realization. A person with such characteristics is said to be the best devotee. In comparison, a person who, despite having knowledge of the Atma, of the Self, and faith in the divine, becomes jealous of devotees of the divine, and if the divine were to insult them, they develop jealousy towards the divine as well, feeling, even though the divine is so great, why is he treating me so, despite no fault of my own? Should be considered to be an average devotee. Finally, a person who has faith in the divine, but no Atma realization, no self-realization, has affection for the divine, as well as for the affairs of this world, and experiences joy and grief in the affairs of this world, should be considered to be the lowest of the three types of devotees. That was a longer one today, but thank you for listening. Thus we've come to the end of Gadhada 172. Whew. I love you too very much, Gina. You accidentally sent 14444. 1444. That would mean I love your huge mind. I love your huge mind. That's 14444. No, I added an extra 4. Your huge mind also. And thank you, Roxy, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. I'm sure that anyone who joins while we are reading is probably thoroughly confused, since we are reading from a scripture that is unfamiliar to many of us in our culture. Now, Daffy, you are wondering, will I post videos on TikTok again someday, or have I given up on that? I haven't given up on anything. However, I hope you don't give up on me. Right now, I simply have no plans for making videos. I feel like static content is so impractical, because there's no aliveness in it. There's no dynamism. You cannot interact. It's just there. It's not changing. No matter how many comments you make below the video, expressing your own experience of life, that doesn't change what's expressed in the video. It's something set in stone, and I do not like that, because nothing I say is set in stone. I would like to grow and learn from all of your expressions also, and I believe that alive is the best way to do so, because I am able to connect and I'm able to change and adapt as you all are too. For example, a video means that I had something in mind that I wanted to share. But a live stream means that whatever you have in your mind, you get to decide the flow. And I love that. Hello, Sarah. You share that you're told that you're kind and gentle, so next to me, you met your match. I'm sweeter, I'm an angel. That's very kind of you, and very humble of you. I'm inspired by your humility, to recognize that when there are aspects that we see in others, that is just an opportunity to learn more about ourselves and how we can embrace those aspects further. And that's something that I love about you and that you've brought here in this space today. So thank you. Hero Nov, you ask, do I have insights about people who keep debating about religion? Over religion, faiths, beliefs? I'll tell you one thing. If you're trying to climb a mountain, there might be various paths that take you to the top. But the only people that aren't getting to the top are the ones circling around the base, telling everyone they're on the wrong path. It's very simple to figure out who's on the right path. And it has nothing to do with religion. Because the source is the goal of all religion. That source may be talked about in different ways. But the source is the embodiment of all good values and virtues. The omnipresent, the omniscient, the omnibenevolent, the omnipotent. They are full of causeless mercy and grace and love and patience and compassion. Therefore, you know when you're ascending, when you are embodying all those things, when you see a positive change in your life. That's all you have to look for. You don't even have to ask them what they believe in. All you have to do is observe. Does this person appear to be ascending? I ask you, what does ascending mean again? It means you're going closer and closer to that higher power. What does it mean to be closer and closer to the higher power? It means that they reflect the light of that source, brighter and brighter. What does the light of that source look like? It looks like love, positivity, compassion, trust, empathy, sincerity, truthfulness, etc. You just look at someone. Are they embracing all of these things? Or are they working on it? And that means they're going higher. That means they're on the pathway to the source. And we can look within ourselves also. Are we becoming more angry, more impatient with others? Are we picking fights? Are we judging people? Do we catch ourselves not being kind? This means that we can't be judging anyone because we're not going higher ourselves. So, all you have to do is increase in these virtues, and that is a sign that you are going higher. Because it doesn't matter what path you take to the top of the mountain. As long as you are going higher, then eventually you'll reach the top. That is what a peak means. It means it's the top of the top. It means that which you'll reach when you go higher. And exactly Tattvamasi. It doesn't mean we're on the wrong path. We could be on the wrong path. We could just be going in the wrong direction. You could be on a path that takes you to the top of the mountain, but you're going downhill instead of uphill. You just need to turn around. You're on the right path. You just forgot what direction was up. That's all. But sometimes not all paths on the mountain get you directly up. Sometimes they go up and down. You know, there's a huge cliff. I'm not climbing that cliff. I'm going down a few hundred meters, going west, going up this end. Sometimes the path does lead us around obstacles, but in the long run we're going up, aren't we? Thank you, Gadhada, for your rose, your cloud bread, and your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Tracy, thank you for your ginger man and rose. Hare Krishna. Tattvamasi, you never have to minimize your expression of life. It's a beautiful addition always. Goats are very good at it. I agree, Tracy. As long as it's not a 90-degree angle, even if it's just 89 degrees. Goat looks at that and goes, good enough for me. We can learn a lot from goats. They have great balance, don't they? Daffy, you are wondering, what do I think about Hellenism? I don't know who Helen is, but I'm all for her. Yeah. Let's go, Helen. Thank you, Up the Freeway, for your heart me. Jai Sintaram. Thank you, Kata, for your community fest also. Daffy, you share that Hellenism is when people worship the god of the Greek pantheon. That's very interesting. Oh, I don't know much about the Greek pantheon, to be honest with you. I'm not very well read on these things. My understanding of Western religion is very limited. Besides the culture in which I was brought up in, which was, predominantly Christian, of course. But as I said, it does not matter what path you are on, as long as you yourself, you are becoming kinder, you are becoming wiser, more helpful, more loving, more patient, more caring, then you must be going higher and higher, aren't you? But thank you for inspiring me to do some more research, Daffy. Hello, Louve. Daffy, you share. You used to be obsessed with mythology as a child because of an audiobook you took from the library. That's very cool. I love that. And Tatvamasi, you add to the conversation. But should you believe to take the right path or try yourself, but you're not, does this mean that you need to turn around definitely? In mathematics, we have a concept called the gradient. What we do to determine what direction is up when you're faced with a manifold is you take the gradient of the curve. And the gradient is a measure of the slope in all directions. So where the slope is positive, that means that is up. Where it's negative, that means it's down. And where it's zero, that means it's on the same elevation. What does it mean for a positive slope to go up? It means that it requires effort. In physics, there's something called potential energy, gravitational potential energy. And it's the product of the gravitational constant, your mass, and your height. MGH. Height is important here, because the more height you try to achieve, the more energy is required to get there. That it takes a lot more energy to go uphill than it does to go downhill. This is the whole point. I could have just said that, couldn't I? You know for yourself, it's easier to walk uphill than it is to walk downhill. You don't need physics to tell you that. This means that you know when you're going up, when it's harder. As we were saying, being more compassionate is harder than just allowing yourself to be irritable. That's like just letting yourself roll down the hill. You stop applying your effort, and naturally, you roll all the way down. Losing your patience, your temper, bickering, that's the easy thing to do in life. What's difficult is to be kind, because it requires conscious effort. It requires going up the mountain towards the source. And I agree with glory to Brahman. Satsang is so important. True association. Satsang means that we associate with goodness, with truth, what is right, what is sat. Which means that we don't worry ourselves with what other people are doing wrong. We are concerned with the goodness in others. so that we can learn from it, because then we're only going up. If we're always looking up, then that means we always will be going up. Because we move in the direction in which we look. It's called Willyweg, I think, isn't it? It's an acronym. Where you look is where you go. Willywig. Where you look is where you go. It's what they teach you in driving school. See, it's really important that you're not looking out your left while you're driving, because you're going to start going towards the left. Or the right. Or anywhere except forward. Willywig. Where you look is where you go. Likewise, it's important for us to see the good within others, because where you look is where you go. Willywig. Therefore, if we want to achieve higher and higher things, then we must look for higher and higher things within others, within those around us. Only then can we continue to ascend higher and higher. And thank you, Jared, for your subscription. You always buy so many for others. I'm happy to have you here too. You are a wonderful addition to the Sangha, and I'm always looking forward to connecting with you here. Hari Om Tat Sat. Keki, you're wondering, am I Atreyo? I don't know what this word means. Maybe you can explain what this word means to me. Daffy, you share that if you were a character from Inside Out, you'd be anger. Not gonna lie. That's fun. And I love that. Loki. If you reach the top yourself, then you can help others to reach higher goals. That's beautiful. Hello, Tyler Tastic. Keki, you are also wondering, am I Buddhist? I am just as much a Buddhist as I am a Hindu, as I am a Jain, or a Taoist, or a Jew, or a Christian, or a Muslim. Because religion is either for everyone or it's for nobody. Either we're all part of this religion of life, or there is no or. We are all part of the religion of life. We are all bound by humanity, by our shared presence on this planet Earth, witnessing of this universe, an experience of consciousness. Thank you, Neen, for your 5 applause. Here's some for you, dear. Hari Om Tat Sat. Radhe Radhe Masa. Nice to have you here. Tracy, you ask, do I think there's a war on religion? All the conflicts of the world, they are but an externalization of the conflicts within ourselves. Any fight we have to pick with others is a fight that's ongoing within ourselves that we are inviting others to partake in. No one ever had a problem with anyone else. All problems exist inside the self. We can either love ourselves or we can fight with ourselves. But love is the resolution, and fighting is no solution. And thank you, Neen, for your half-dozen roses too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Now user 700, you are wondering, are aliens real? What do I believe? I believe that everyone that I'm supposed to have met in this life, I've already have met. Thus, I have no relationship with aliens, because I've never met any myself. All I know is that we are here on this planet Earth. Therefore, this is the planet we should be thinking of. Why worry about other beings when there are so many problems to resolve still here on Earth? We can be dreaming about the stars and other planets, but there are many dreams that still have to come to fruition here. So this is where my attention is. And I love that, Daffy. That if there is life on another planet, then we are aliens to them. And I love the way you put that, Loki. The only way truly to accept your own religion is to accept others to believe in theirs. It's a wonderful deepening of one's own faith when you realize that everyone's faith leads to the same place as yours. Then we really become brothers and sisters of this world. Because our goal remains the same, though we express it in different ways. I love that, Tracy. You share that you're agnostic about if there is a God, or it's just an energy. Words, words, words. Look around us, there is just life. There is just a happening, so much expression, a universe unfolding at the microscopic and macroscopic. You may wonder where it's all from, and if you do, then I'm with you there. There is such a mystery to where this whole universe has come from. All of its happiness, all of its sufferings. There is so much in the way of life, so many different varieties of expression. Some people use different words, but the mystery is one. That mysterious source which is both transcendent and yet immanent. You may call as God, you may call as energy, you may call as nothing, you may call as everything. No matter your perception, what word we use. The point isn't to agree in our vocabulary, but to agree that we're in this together. That wherever we come from, we all must have come from the same place, that same source. And whatever has the capacity to originate the whole universe, surely has the capacity for all things to be drawn towards it in the end also. In fluid dynamics, there are two very important points: a sink and a source. A source means that things are flowing from it. A sink means that things are flowing into it. We often refer to that divinity as a source, but it's also a sink. Sink means that all things are going towards it, just as all things have come from the source. So surely that source and the sink of the universe are non-different from each other. There is but a cycle of creation, preservation, and dissolution. Thus, we are all headed towards that same sink, as we have all come from the same source. And thank you, Tracy, for your ice cream. Hari Om Tat Sat. Do I like music? It's a very light-hearted question. The music is a wonderful expression of life, and I'm not sure if there's anyone in the world that doesn't like music. We might disagree in what our favorite genres are, but that doesn't make what I listen to not music, nor does it mean that what you are listening to is the only kind of music. Thank you, Harmonica Press. I happen to not put songs on for myself. I happen to not put on Spotify or Apple Music or YouTube Music. I don't have accounts in any of these things. I don't listen to music much. However, I believe that there's music all around us. Like the sound of the tires against the road. Ah, that's music. I never turn the car radio on. Or when I am studying and I can hear my breath. Just my breathing is enough of a rhythm for me. If I'm walking in nature, I don't bring headphones. I don't think there's ever a time in my life where I feel like I need to add to the sounds that are already ongoing when it comes to various musical instruments. To me, just the sound of life itself is musical, and that's enough to me. Nokmak, you share that you love the sound of cello. Well, I've heard that of all the instruments, the harmonics of a cello matches the harmonics of a human voice the most. Datvamasi, you ask, if there were no mental time, would there be conflicts or suffering? If by mental time you mean that we break up life in terms of past, present, and future, if you mean that we live in this moment and accept it as the totality of all that is, then a great deal of suffering does become alleviated, since so much of suffering takes place in our faculty of the past, called memory, and our faculty of the future, called imagination. So many people are really suffering their memory and their imagination. But you can never remember the present moment. And you could never imagine the present moment because it's beyond memory and imagination. So if you are truly present, which means that you're not bothered by your memories, your imagination in this moment, then you cannot suffer these things. Does this mean that all of suffering dissolves in a magical change in perspective? Well, the suffering of the present moment can be very real also, a reminder of existence. As the Buddhist said, that suffering is no mere illusion. It is the first mark of existence. It's also the first noble truth. Noble because it's not something that ever goes away. It's something that all of us have been through, something that we all can relate to each other in. We all have experienced suffering. We know what it's like to cry. We know what it's like to not get what we want or get what we don't want. So, from some side of things, suffering is not something that needs to be transcended. There can be peace even with suffering still there. Peace does not simply mean the absence of suffering. Because one can experience suffering, but not feel like their life is coming to an end, or that their ability to love is being diminished, that their capacity to be happy is being minimized. It is entirely possible to go through all of the ups and downs of life, but still have an unimpeding peace. Goodbye, Michelle. Thank you for being here. Tattvamasi, you share even to say, I'm bad, I will try to be good. That's mental time. I don't see any problem in this. Because try to be good is something in the present moment. It's not that you will be good later. It means that in this moment, I am engaging in the process of goodness. Because goodness does not mean you are fixed. It means that you are constantly growing. Being a good person means that you can accept your faults and learn from them, grow from them. Goodness isn't some state of being like a saint where you're fixed in your ways and that you're perfect and there's nothing more to do. Here, let's try to simplify matters. We have been born in this body, in this mind. What do you want to do with it? That's all I'm asking. Here is an experience of life available to you. This is the question of life. What do you want to do with it? Do you want to be like a rock where nothing changes? Or do you want to be like a river, flowing and bending, finding your way back home towards the source, expressing yourself as Mother Earth does? It seems as though we're moving towards perfection. And that implies that the goal is to be perfect. That we should have some fixed sense of self. But that is the same as death. Just as Pema has written, that we read in the Pocket Pema Chodran. Tatvamasi, you share. Yes, you can eventually be, but your idea of becoming brings conflict. You are what you are in the now. And what you are now is that which is becoming. This is a wonderful idea. That becoming is not about putting your sense of self in that which you're not. It's putting your sense of self in that which you are already, exactly. And what you are already is that which is changing. Like, for example, a car which is moving at high speeds. You could say, what we are right now is a car that's 3 kilometers down the road. Therefore, that is my identity. A car that is 3 kilometers down the road. But actually, that's the conflict. Because you're not a car that's 3 kilometers down the road. You're a car that is moving. So by telling yourself that you are a car that's moving, means that you don't fix yourself at any place. That what you are in the now is that which is changing. It's not to place yourself in something that you should be or could be or would be in the future, and that you're trying to run away from what you shouldn't have been, couldn't have been, wouldn't have been in the past. We accept the process of life, the journey, rather than the destination. You are becoming. That is why in the Hebrew Bible, when God reveals himself to Moses, he does not merely say, I am. He says, I am that I am, and that I will be. It includes not just what you are in this moment, but everything that this moment is moving towards. There is a joy of becoming, a bliss of expanding, an ecstasy of continuity. Hello, HRH Sunshine. And thank you, JV, for your community fest. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, Amanita. You were wondering, how was Canada Day with the family? I didn't really celebrate for Canada Day. Because this earth, she does not know herself by names such as Canada, or by the name of any country. I do not celebrate the birth of a nation. I celebrate being a part of life every day. Canada is a momentary geography. It's a certain system that we have devised to organize the resources in this place of the world. But at one day it will come, it will go just as it has come. And I appreciate having been in this part during this time. But my celebrations goes towards all of Mother Earth. And my heart goes out to all of the sacrifices that were made to make this system. All of the trees that were bulldozed. All of the First Nations who were who were taken from their homes, put into residential schools, assimilated. All of these things I think we also have to recognize on any day in which we recognize the start of a country displaced. Thank you, Jeff. And thank you, Isabella, for your finger heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. So I think it's probably a good time to wrap this live stream up tonight. I'm very grateful for this time we've had so far. But before we go, I'd like to ask you all a question of the day. And then I'd like to do a short reading. And then we can do a little mantra session together, if you're interested. So, today my question for you all is, how shall we empower others? This is my wish. I believe that many people do not have faith in themselves. There's lots of insecurities in the world. How can we empower others that they are enough? I would like to know this. Let's explore this topic. I want to hear from you all. Thank you, Tirand, for your rose. Om Namah Shivaya. Aziz, you share. You know all religions. I like that answer. Just by becoming understandable in more cultures, more faiths, more traditions, we can empower others in a universal way. From many perspectives. Chuck, you share. We help them face their fears to break down those insecurities. And Karo, you share by healing ourselves and leading by example. I love that. And bye-bye, Daphne. Kindness, shares Soli Johnson. I love that a lot. And Isabella, you share by showing them their superpower. That's beautiful. You become a mirror to the potential within them. And Ruben, you share getting past the suffering first. That's wonderful. And Tattvam Asi, you share. We find their first hurdle and work on making that easier. They will carry the rest. That's wonderful. Glory to Brahman, you share that you feel accepting ourselves is the first step. I agree with that. All young and old, adds Reuben, healing the pain. That's beautiful. Amanita, you share we can help them build confidence. I'm happy to hear that. And Limbo, you ask, how to stop guilt from past mistakes? Well, learn from them. If this is something that you've learned that you're never gonna do again, then that's all the purpose of guilt is for. So that we reflect on our decisions, take accountability, responsibility for them, and go from there, having become wiser. And if you are determined to making that happen, then that's all you need, my friend. Just being determined to make that difference, acknowledging that you could have done things in a more inclusive, accepting, loving, patient way. The whole world will benefit from that knowledge. But beating yourself over it will not. Ruben, you also add, by being aware in awareness. I like that. And Golden Timothy, you share forgiveness. That is wonderful. Forgiveness shows that there's still possibility within someone. Leona, no, I did not grow up in Massachusetts. I grew up in Canada. I still live in Canada. Ruben, I love your answers. You add another one. Learn to expand the mind higher to the higher mind, and core tone frequency expanding to the higher self. That's fun. And Blaxi, you share that we can empower others by making them believe in themselves. That's beautiful. It's very true, recorded from Void. Ego can beat someone to death. Good news is that our ego doesn't have to be our worst nightmare. It can be our best friend and facilitate the spiritual journey of ourselves and others. Ruben, you have such wonderful expressions. Finding true intelligence there, you add. And thank you, Sammy, for your heart me. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Leona, you share that I have a twin in Massachusetts. Well, I'm happy that you see a bit of myself in others. All I hope is that you get my good side. Colton Timothy, you're wondering if I have any thoughts on Bashar. All that needs to be known, one can access within. All true words that are spoken have their own importance because of the way in which they stand for themselves. Let the message speak for themselves, and you will find the truth within also. Thank you, Limbo, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Okay, I am going to pause our reading of, or our exploration of the question of the day, and I'd like to begin our reading of In Love at Ease as we start a new section of the 4th chapter. And thank you, Joanna, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And that is an ancient language called Sanskrit, Natasha. I recommend everyone learn it because it's the language of spirituality. Thank you, Joanna, for your 20 roses also. Radhe, Radhe. So I would like to read from another passage of this book, and then we can do a mantra chanting session together. So today we're reading from the 4th chapter, Embracing All, of In Love at Ease, Everyday Spirituality with Pramukh Swami. He led by example and lived a very spiritual life, and I'm hoping we all can learn from him. This part of this chapter is about how he embraced all beyond religion and race. As a religious and cultural ambassador of Hinduism and India, Swamishri was proud of his Hindu identity. The activities, cultural festivals, and stunning mandirs, houses of worship, were an expression of this pride and awareness of his heritage and identity. But this did not mean that Swamishri was an exclusivist or absolutist. Swamishri saw religion as a means of uniting people and not dividing them, and he was able to do so because he did not see his religion or tradition as the only truth or valid path. For Swamishri, Bhagwan Swaminarayan and his gurus were the pathway to moksha, liberation. For others, their own religion held the keys to liberation and inner peace. He did not impose his theological views or beliefs on others. He did not believe in conversion or proselytization. He taught adherents of other faiths to be better Christians, better Sikhs, better Muslims, etc. He reminded other Hindus to follow the traditions and worship the manifestations of the divine accepted by their forefathers and families. Kenny Desai, a leading entrepreneur in New Jersey, recalls how Swamishri urged him to be a better Vaishnav and not a forced Swaminarayan. Swamishri always said Jai Shri Krishna to Mr. Desai before he said Jai Swaminarayan. These acts of acceptance and respect show the admiration Swamishri had for other faiths and the believers of those faiths. Swamishri looked beyond religious affiliations and identity, and that is why President Kalam, who was a president of India, recalls his first impression of Pramukh Swami as being a great bridge that connected all religions. President Kalam was convinced that Pramukh Swami's approach to religion and religious identity was the Magna Carta of spiritual unity. This president wrote, "Pramukh Swamiji is a great bridge in the vast archipelago of humanity. An archipelago is an island group. Humanity has divided itself into hundreds of islands. These islands are religions. Each island is a beautiful territory, full of flora, fauna, and inhabitants, and yet disconnected from others. Pramukh Swamiji is connecting these different islands by making bridges of love and compassion." When many ask, "How can you mix spirituality and social service?" Pramukh Swamiji asks, "How can you separate the two?" Swamishri's speech from the Millennium World Peace Summit at the United Nations in 2000 eloquently captures the principle of encouraging religions to look beyond themselves and to coexist with others. The following is a particular poignant portion of that speech. At this hour in human history, we religious leaders should not only dream of one religion in the world, but dream of a world which all religions are one, united. Unity in diversity is the lesson of life. Flourishing together is the secret of peace. Let us share this legacy and share a common platform of values for the rest of mankind to stand on. Let us teach our followers that religion does not grow by quantity of numbers, but by the quality of spirituality. Vertical depth is much more important than horizontal depth. Therefore, we should steer our followers away from fanaticism and focus on faith and pure living. Let us guide ourselves and our followers, not just to tolerate, but to respect other religions, not just to exist, but coexist, not just to hail, but to help others. We must not progress at the cost of others, but sacrifice a part of ourselves for the good of others. These words are easy to say, but difficult to live. They require one to commit bold acts of accommodation, acceptance, humility, letting go, and disowning. Swamishri was able to do so. He not only respected others' faiths, but bowed to them and their gurus. The late Jasbir Singh was born and raised as a Sikh and had an immense affinity for the Guru Granth Sahib and his tradition. Though he was from Bahrain, he spent the last years of his life volunteering in the Mandir construction project in the United Arab Emirates. I remember meeting him in New Delhi and asking him how he managed to be a devout Sikh and still accept Pramukh Swami Maharaj as his guru. Was there room for both? Jasbir Singh smiled and gently placed his hands on my shoulder. Trivedi, which is the author's last name. Does he not make room for all religions and faith in his mind? How can I not find room for him in my heart? Jasbir Singh went on to tell me that Swamishri had explicitly told him to retain all of his Sikh customs and practices, including the tying of the turban and carrying of the kirpan, which is a short curved knife carried by Sikhs as a sign of their faith. Swamishri reminded him to visit the Gurudwara and regularly sing shabads, poetic verses, from the Guru Granth Sahib. But it was Swamishri's lack of a desire to own, possess, or mark Jasbir Singh as his follower that earned him a place in his heart. Jasbir, remember, the Guru Granth Sahib, which is the primary text in Sikhism, but being a Hindu, as Swamishri exemplified, it had a big part in his spiritual life as well. Jasbir, remember, the Guru Granth Sahib is your first guru. I come after all of the great Sikh gurus on that list. It was the same message that he had given to Frank in the United Kingdom and General Kureta and his son in Kampala, Uganda. In regard to their Christian faith and weekly services at the church, it was the same message he gave to Mamdi Bhai, Badruddin, Lokhandwala, and other Muslims in Botad, Gujarat. Mamdi Bhai, read the Quran, fast during Ramadan, and be a devout, pure, and loving Muslim. It is why Mamdi Bhai always asked Swamishri for blessings and prasad, food that was first offered to the divine. To break his fast after the Muslim month of fasting, Swamishri had built bridges through his acceptance and support for others' faith and traditions. While maintaining his own firm faith in Bhagwan Swaminarayan, Swamishri perfectly lived and imbibed Bhagwan Swaminarayan's Agna, visionary command, by honoring other manifestations of the divine with the same reverence. I remember the first time I spoke in front of him in a public setting. In haste, I had referred to the great Hindu deity and his consort as Shiva and Parvati. Swamishri stopped me the next morning when I went to serve him warm budla. You spoke well yesterday. I have a suggestion, if you do not mind. I folded my hands and squatted by his sofa. I know you did not mean it, but it is disrespectful to refer to Shivaji as Shiva. We attach honorifics when speaking to our elders, and he was a manifestation of divinity. When referring to him, always call him Sri Shiva Ji, Shankar Bhagwan, or Mahadeva Ji. Oh, and never Parvati, always Parvati Mata or Parvati Ji. And let's pause our reading of In Love at Ease there for now. So thank you for listening. And I love that, even though his tradition is not one that worships Shiva or Parvati, his guru explicitly told him to have a reverence for them and ensure proper honorifics when talking about them too. Because it is one divinity, after all, that's responsible for this whole existence. The least we could do is respect that divinity, which is seen in so many ways. So I very much love Swamishri's message of inclusivity and acceptance. I especially loved at the beginning there when he said that, he teaches even Christians to be better Christians, Sikhs to be better Sikhs, Muslims to be better Muslims. It's like he is just a helper on the spiritual path, whatever particular flavor that your path appears to be. I think that is the true spirit of being a servant of the divine, that we help others get to where they need to go in the way that they want to get there. Alright, before we go tonight, I would like to do a mantra chanting session together. We're going to do 108 mantra japa. We're going to repeat a mantra 108 times, which is a very auspicious number. There is 108 moons that could fit between our Earth and the moon. There's 108 suns that could fit between our Earth and the sun. And if you take the diameter of the sun, 108 Earths could fit inside the sun's diameter. So 108 represents exactly where we are. In our particular spot in the solar system, on this Earth, moved by the sun and moon. Auspicious number, so we'll be chanting a mantra 108 times. I'm going to turn down the music so that we can chant it according to the music that we will put on, that we can listen to. But if anyone wants to go while we are doing that, please be free to do so. I'm happy to have you here. Anyway, and thank you, JV, for your hand hearts. There is some for you as well. Here, I'll give you some more. Radhe or Radhe. So the mantra that we're going to chant today is Om Shri Hanumate Namaha, which means, Oh blessed Hanuman, salutations. Who was Hanuman? Well, Hanuman was an avatar, a descension of potency and devotion. He represented Shakti and Bhakti. Shakti is the power of this whole universe, of creation, maintenance, destruction. Bhakti is the loving devotion which fills this whole universe with possibility. So we often bring Hanuman's energy into our hearts, since he personified the perfection of Bhakti and Shakti, of this power of devotion and potency. Om Shri Hanumate Namaha. Oh blessed Hanuman, salutations. And just for fun, there is what it looks like in the script that I'm working on to represent Sanskrit in a way which reveals all of the the mystic interconnectedness of the sounds and the syllables. I'm not going to reveal exactly how it works yet, but I'll just tell you that the horizontal line at the top, that represents how the voice changes, the vowel space moves, and all the vertical lines, those are the consonants, which is how the voice is broken up to make different sounds. And that's right, glory to Brahman. It is said that Hanumanji is an incarnation of Shivaji himself. And his Ishtadeva was Rama. Without further ado, we're going to be chanting this mantra 108 times, and you can stick around as long as it feels natural to do so.
Om Shri Hanumate Namaha. 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 Om Shri Shri Hanumate Namaha. Om 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 Shri Hanumate Namaha. Namaha. Om Shri Hanumate 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 N ॐ श्री हनुमते नमः। 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 ॐ श्री हनुमते नमः।
Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Thank you for chanting or listening along with us. That was, O blessed Hanuman, to thee salutations. I love Hanumanji, so wonderful. And you look like a monkey. I love that. I'm a big fan of monkeys, personally. Thank you, Genova Stones, for your baker's dozen worth of roses you sent all together. Hari Om Tat Sat. And that's a lovely addition as well, Tatvamasi, that he was a brahmachari as well. So people choosing the way of the ultimate usually pray to him, but not limited to him. Hanuman, protector of the gods. I love that title. Oh, that's a wonderful mantra as well. Om Ham Hanumate Namaha. Hello, Sally. Thank you, Om Tat Sat, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. I love when you're here together with Tatvamasi. And glory to Brahman, where all the Sanskrit names are assembling. All the Mahavakyas. Devotion to the best devotee. Tatastu. I love that. And thank you, Isabella, for your 10 roses too. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Joanna, for your baker's dozen worth of roses too. And your tiny, yippee, your finger heart. There's one for you. Your community fest and your cloud bread. Thank you, Joanna. Jai Rama. Thank you, Babi Su, for your heart me, your team bracelet, and cheer you up. And Gillen, you're wondering, what is this religion? Well, it's more of a way of life, really, that anyone can be a part of. But particularly, Hinduism would probably be most descriptive of it. But as long as we also understand that it's not limited to any one group of people, that we are all welcome to participate in it, assuming you feel comfortable. So, and thank you, Benjamin Button, for your quintet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Om Tat Sat, you mentioned that Hanuman epitomizes parabhakti, unwavering, one-pointed focus on the divine. I love that. So much wonderful information shared on Hanumanji. Some say that he is one of the immortals, which walks the earth to this day. And if you know of Ram Das, then you may know of some of Hanuman's recent escapades. All right, without further ado, what is ado, and how do we have it sometimes? Here we are going forward without it. Without further dilly-dallying, I guess it is. I will be bringing this Sangha to a close, but may the spirit within it live on. If anyone wants to see the recording, I always upload it to my YouTube channel. And I think that's a fun place. Some people like to listen to it while they fall asleep, or they just want to feel part of a community even when we're not live, and that's all there for you. But I will be offering this live stream to Radha Krishna, form of the divine in which I see within all of you and that I'm devoted to. Radhe Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. I swapped the Maha Mantra halfway through. Whatever. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I guess Hanuman inspired it because he loves Rama. And thank you, Gillen. I'm happy that you appreciate my unique mind, as all of our minds are so unique. Amanita, you share it's French. Adieu. Ah, without further, adieu. But adieu means goodbye. So, yes. Adieu, I bid you adieu. Farewell. That makes sense. Thank you, Benjamin Button, for your pair of fires and your rose as well. Oh, and a quintet of roses. Another 25 of them. And applause. And a tiny diamond. Yippee! Amanita, you shared means to God, with God. Oh, I like that. Yes. That's wonderful. And thank you, Isabella, for a rose and a fire from you as well. Jai Hanumanji, Genova Stones, thank you for your heart meat. Radhe, Radhe, and the link below. Thank you for your hanging lights. You are very wonderful. Jai Shri Krishna. And Ragnhildur, thank you for your trio of roses. And Estefania, you share, it is like adios in Spanish. Adios. Oh my goodness, you're blowing my mind. I never noticed that. Adieu, adios, wow. To God. To God. What a great farewell. Universal one at that. Andrew, you're wondering, how are the mosquitoes where I am? They're keeping their distance today. Yeah. A while ago, they were really feasting on me, but I've filled their tummies, and they're no longer hungry, so they're napping. Somewhere they're going. Me 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 me. Me 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 me. Ram ram. All right. I bid you adieu. Adios. To God, with God, for the divine. All of this is. Good night, Caro. Good night, everyone. Hello, Honey Bunny Official. Goodbye. Nice to see you, though. May you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaste.